So, yes, it ain't got nothing to do with the goddamn guns. It has to do with mental illness
Sure,
of transgenderism.
sure, but no, I mean, with all due respect, I do think that, and look, gender dysphoria is actually something you can be diagnosed with, but I don't think that there might be a correlation, but I don't see being transgender as making you necessarily a dangerous person. I mean, I've talked to these people, mostly online. I don't think I've known one in real life. Some of them are crazy, sure. Some of them, they sound like they're, despite them being transgender, they're not.
Being mentally ill. Being mentally ill.
But mental illnesses are different. So
Transgenderism is a mental illness.
sure. But you know what's also a mental illness, for example, is something like OCD. OCD makes you, it's an anxiety disorder, but it kind of makes you do things in repetition, so bad things won't happen, yada yada yada. But it's not one that necessarily makes you impulsive. It's not one that makes you want to hurt people. It's not one that makes you a danger to others. Just because you have a mental illness.
You need counseling and treatment. You should get counseling and treatment for your OCD.
What does it have?
It's like you should get counseling and treatment for your transgenderism and not be told that it's normal.
Nobody says OCD is normal. Number one, that's why it's you get diagnosed with it.
Is it transgenderism?
No, it's well, they get diagnosed with gender dysphoria. There's a treatment for it.
Not
Yes, I
now, but
agree.
they give out like awards for being transgender.
Sure, but I would say this though. So somebody with OCD, I highly doubt, if anything, they're probably underrepresented for people who commit violent crimes, just because they tend to be somewhat nervous people. So not all mental illnesses make you a danger to others. The whole point is doing a mental health screening would be to screen out people that are in danger, not looking at people who just have like a weird fucking quirk.
Yeah, but here's the thing. First of all, I reject your analysis, but discourse analysis on its face simply because even in the most deep paper we've had this conversation about guns, we always talk about every single time there's a shooting of some capacity, we're talking about access to guns. This is a conversation that we have constantly and ad nauseum, and we always fall down to these two categories. One of them being, okay, if we were to remove all guns, how would we go about doing that? Sending the military to people's houses to take their guns? Because even if you make it harder for people to get access to guns, the people that you don't want to have guns still have access to them, and they're not going to give them up. So the only thing you'll be doing is disarming and like quote unquote law-abiding citizens. Okay? So again, the whole, I don't understand the premise often when we talk about what do we need to do about the situation when it comes to people that are mentally deranged, mentally deranged, go and kill children. Okay? Getting guns. And a lot of these people probably don't even have criminal records before this. So trying to catch them on background checks probably not going to work. Okay? So again, if it is to some, I don't know if they said this or JP said this, or actually it might have been Rashad, whatever the gentleman's name was that was here earlier, that we might just have to accept the fact that this might be a double-edged sword. And I hate to say that because I don't like seeing this type of shit. I don't think anybody on this stage does. So we start militarizing churches and schools. Now, personally, I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with an armed guard at a school, but you got people respectfully on the left that will sit back and act as if by seeing a person in a uniform is somehow traumatic
fair point, and so I.
Anyways, and that's my major issue with this room, or why I came up in the first place. Why I was speaking, because this is all just about Trump, but that has nothing to do with why he did this. If you read the letter, if you watch the video, he was just this totally online, who was disturbed and depressed, and he had a loving family, and he had friends, and they were mentioned in his letter, and the letter was to
Man, he rocked out.
yes, of course. And if you read all the things that were inscripted, because he did a good job of being thorough with the video, showing all the different writing, the memes and stuff that he had on there. He was very anti-Semitic, but he also hated Trump, he hated Israel. He had a bunch of different memes on there, similar to the one that where the guy was shot up the mosque. I forget which country it was, it was somewhere in Europe. Yeah, there you go. Might have been. Anyways, this is an online.
God damn it, Jacob! Dude, stop fucking cheerleading.
This is like an ongoing occurrence. That's why I made a little to this point that we only talk about the transition. Because when we talk about the transition, we say that it's a mental health issue. Because I think common knowledge that it is mental illness. We never talk about how to stop mental illness. And then when we talk about other solutions, it gets shut down immediately. So should we start encouraging some kind of way to help people access mental health care? And also, just quickly to finish my point, top is, of course, when it comes to people that do these things, it is almost impossible to stop them because almost all of them have owned those guns legally or have those guns in their home already. People don't go to the store before going out to shoot up a school and go
Sure they do.
sword too. Maybe for someone because there's so many, but that's not the majority of the cases. Usually the guns are already in the home in some way or shape or form. And of course, most of these people have been law abiding because I'm sure it's until after. What's my point?
Jacob, shut the fuck up and let him finish.
No, that's I'm just not right. The transition is not the issue here. If you actually watch the video, Jacob, you would understand.
I actually agree with you, and I think this was like super politicized. Number one, this kid's crazy. Okay, I watched the video and I was like, this guy's cuckoo. He's just, the translated, it was in Russian, but I guess it wasn't like action. Some of it he was using Cyrillic letters but using, English phonetically. Yeah, I'm not an expert, but first of all, even looking at the things he was that were on his right, that were written with the white marker all over his rifles, which yes, in Christchurch they did do that. He wrote a bunch of names. He did have the shit like 6 million something about Highness is something negative about Israel. He had Nuke India. When it came to Breivik, the guy who killed like 150 people or some shit in Norway, he was a Nazi. He had his name on it.
Kill Trump.
Yes, killed Trump. He had McVeigh's last name on, or the name McVeigh on there. And it's just like the guy.
He's definitely left wing.
No, this guy had like literal Nazi shit mixed with yeah, he had Nazi shit mixed with and of course there's one point in the video where he shows a picture of a paper target you get at a shooting range and where the head was, it was the face of Jesus Christ. He had some like basically atheist shit written on his gun. He was and he had, it was Kings. I saw that written on there. All kinds of like stupid shit. It's like I'm just hearing nothing but internet memes all over this guy's fucking, that he's memeing all over his gun. His manifesto did not make sense. Now the letter to the family, he seemed to be a little bit more coherent, and to his family and friends. But this kid just seemed fucking batshit crazy, and to call this kid a leftist or right wing, I think I just think he was so all over the place that I cannot. I won't even get it on trans people. Like this kid was such a walking contradiction. It was just weird.
He was radicalized by Richard Maddow.
Yeah, maybe it might be onto something. So he decided to cover every So, you want to talk about the hood, because there'll be nothing left, because they've already skinned it and talked about overseas offshore.
I've never had to deal with somebody who murders
The king comes.
That's besides the point. I do think that,
It's like people are
like,
wrong against.
let's say I'm an unhinged person, and I'm just, like, I have an axe to grind, I want to do something.
No, I'm sure.
Generally, especially it seems like with mass shooters, that is checking out. They realize that the day that they do the mass shooting, the day that their life is never going to be the same. And that's why so many people for the rest of their lives, or death. There's the two things that are waiting for them. And so, in a similar way, I think that these people, I don't know that this person would necessarily say things that might hurt. There was one father reading the news article about it. He went to Shire. His kid was online. He used to be a fan of like Charlie Kirk and so forth. And then I guess he kind of got influenced by some of the more like modern dissident people. His father said he didn't really change it. He was like, oh well, yeah, Charlie Kirk sucks. You know, this is, I don't need to listen to this Zionist bullshit, whatever. It was just like he only noticed subtle things, which I don't think is necessarily, even though you could say that's like a sign that he's going more further to the right. I don't think that is, most boys are not going to commit a massacre doing that. But this boy did go into a synagogue and shot the place up and killed a bunch of Jews. You know, it's, and the father was he seemed very open about this in the interview, and like perplexed and very caught off guard. And he did notice some of the signs, and I'm sure he feels like a lot of guilt. But how can you once you reach a certain age, even if you are a teenager, I know we like to hold parents accountable, but I mean, you can never be completely held accountable for your child. It's just not, to me, it's not feasible.
Sure, but here's my thing. One second. Well, let me respond to him real quickly, actually. But the thing about it is, let me wrap it up with Pepe real quick. The thing about it is, and I understand where you're coming from. But let me ask, like these people are not, Ted Bundy or John Wayne Gacy, where, they're so secretive of their behaviors that they can catch everybody off guard. A lot of these people, so like when you talk to psychiatrists about a lot of this stuff about, serial killers and things like that, a lot of these people show signs. They're cutting the heads off animals and doing all types of heinous things and watching things that are pretty, disturbing. And a lot of these signs are shown and are seen by others. When they interview a lot of these rapists or serial killers or just people that are deranged, people that are interviewed but that know about them, often say, oh yes, he showed signs doing this, that, and so forth. Very rarely we're like, yo, Ted was cool. He's like, oh, he never showed signs. No, most
You're
things
comparing two different people. You're comparing two different types of killers. So,
sure, that's true.
so if you look at the profile of a serial killer, which is, a rarer phenomenon, Jesus Christ. And so, but the psychological profile of a serial killer versus somebody who's doing their end run, is their last go at it, just a mass shooter. I highly doubt, and I'll look into it, but I highly doubt they share much in common.
Is it popcorn or is it?
Yeah, it's popcorn. It's popcorn. So I'll say my final thing with Pepe. I'm sure I hear where you're coming from, Pepe, but the reason why I said potentially punishing the family, because a lot of these guys execute themselves in a way to say, aha, you
people who pretend like this isn't bizarre and abnormal and completely insane to be doing this, who make excuses again and again and again. All they do is make excuses about the shit. Oh, like I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. And Jarl, whatever. Canada is a shithole because of you. People they defecate on the beaches. I'm leaving Canada because it's a shithole, and it's because of people like you who are so ignorant and so stubborn in your beliefs that we're in this situation. Nothing is going to change until people. I'm not done yet. Nothing is going to change until we wake up as a society and say this is not acceptable to be doing to children. It's not acceptable. And I just also, not to be like annoying the Jew or anything, but the anti-Semitism, it eventually comes for everyone. It eventually comes for everyone. And this guy, he had Russian on his weapons, on his magazines. He was a commie piece of shit. Mentally ill. Yes, he was mentally ill, obviously. But it's not. The signs were there. There were signs. And every step of the way, somebody missed the signs. The physician missed the signs. The parents missed the signs. Everyone he encountered, his school counselors missed the signs. This was completely preventable. And they did. They hate religion. They hate God. And that's why they go to a church or a synagogue. And that's why they murder. He also said, this is for the children in Gaza. Or this is for the children. Like, killing American children, a 2-year-old in a church, it doesn't do anything for
Well,
Gaza.
the guy's obviously nuts because he's got a rotten house.
He is nuts. But the thing
Like,
is,
nobody in this fucking room could shoot a 5-year-old in the head.
But there were signs that he was nuts. This didn't just happen overnight. This happened over an accumulation of years.
This is what I said.
Years of failure. That's what I'm talking about. Is how. Yeah, Discord. Yeah, it's weird. Like I don't know how people are still defending this stuff. Cutting off sexual organs off of 14 and 15-year-old kids is not normal. It is malpractice. It is criminal. And I think we're gonna look back on this time and say, what the fuck was going on? How did we allow this to happen?
Thanks.
Thanks,
Al.
That's
Yeah,
it.
no, that's great. Sorry, do you want to land more?
No, that's it. I just wanted to get that
All
on.
right, appreciate it. I think Discord, I think you're going to be the pushback on that, and then we'll go to Alan. Go ahead, Discord.
Yeah, it's just.
This is a perfect state network.
People that are making these assumptions
Which is
about
stupid, because I haven't seen one in real life in a month.
the letter to his family. Watch the video. It's only 11 minutes. I'm sure you're.
I'm not going to watch that piece of shit.
I know you won't, Jacob, because you're a literate idiot. But
Saying no.
I mean, God damn it, Jacob, shut the fuck up while we're people are talking. You literally ankle bite right now.
It's just that it's clear that it's exactly what Pepe was describing. This guy was trying to imitate a whole bunch of other people that have already done this. That's why he wrote all those things on his guns that were all contradictory in points. That's why he had Jesus on the targeting board and all that stuff. It's just, there were so many other factors for this here that had nothing to do with the transition. For that to keep on being brought up instead of actually discussing.
Cutting off a fucking child's dick and putting him on hormone therapy at underage. Look at him. My God, it absolutely is what's wrong. Let's cut off your dick and see what happens. Get together.
Yeah, I don't even think you're in the right room if you think that's what's being discussed
It is
here.
not fucking
You're
normal.
not in the right room.
It is not
I'm sure there's
normal.
another trans room you can go to,
I don't give a
because
fuck.
that's not the discussion. If you didn't go in
You're
there.
saying that it's normal. It has nothing to do
I
with
didn't even say
the
that was normal.
transition.
You're
It
not
does.
even in the right room. You're
Hold
It
on,
does.
hold on.
I don't care.
Hold on.
It does.
Hold on, Discord. Let me just say, okay, if we just exclude this particular case that we're talking about, and we did run into a case, say, with the previous 11 shootings, and there was, I believe, some evidence that these transition hormone therapy medicines and all that did play a part, or at least was shown to be on their medical, whatever, listed in their blood or whatever it is, and mentioned in their manifestos in some sense. Why is what she's saying not worthy of looking into? You're just picking this case out that maybe we're not right on, but the other 11 or 10 or 9 or 8, I mean, we do have something there going on, no? I mean, you gotta admit that a little bit, no?
Well, what I will actually come to a middle ground on you is with, regarding medication and people that are trying to medicate something in the incorrect way. So, obviously, Yale, are you?
Yeah, I am actually. I'm a nurse
Awesome, okay,
practitioner.
great, shut up. Anyways, so
Great,
we
yeah.
can look at maybe what drives these people to
Also
do.
respect.
With respect to what?
That's it. You're basing it off of.
No, yeah, he's bringing up a good
Oh,
point.
I think I'm gonna talk now.
No, hold on, Alan. One of the,
Pepe.
hold on. One of the good points he brought up,
Now I'm
no, because
Now I'm interrupting.
no, because when it comes to the interruptions,
Thank you.
no, hold on, Alan, I'm gonna be stubborn. When it comes to,
Why don't you people read about SSNIs?
okay, SSRIs, show me where they're linked to violence, what they're linked to.
There's a study on them.
No, there's not. The study does not show that they're linked to causing violence.
Violent crimes.
No, they're not linked. No. Okay, if there's a correlation, it does not show causation. Okay, correlation. So, for example, they're very much linked to suicidality. And one of the reasons is because you're super depressed and you don't have the energy to commit suicide. You start feeling better.
Okay.
And as you're starting to feel better, you end up having the energy to commit suicide. No, this has been well fucking studied. And you all... Yes, that is absolutely the fucking case. This has been studied to death. And when it comes to SSRIs, okay, yes, there's obviously comorbidities that end up occurring with,
with violent crimes. And there's
yes, a correlation, not causation. That is where you're getting it all fucked up.
on it. The media has absolutely blacked out on it.
Okay, who gets on SSRIs? People with a variety of mental health issues. That is why you're wrong.
It's affecting our kids. When you have kids, then you can have comments.
No, I can have the conversation because because if you're spewing a bunch of junk, I can absolutely shit on
I
it.
will send you the Mayo Clinic research on it.
Yes, show me okay, put it in the fucking chat. Put it in the fucking chat.
RIs and SSNIs.
It is not shown to cause violent behavior. There's only a correlation. Correlation is not causation.
I'm learning a lot. Hold on, we're gonna
Long been known in the medical community.
Yeah, we got it.
This is not a secret. This has been out for years in the medical community. But people are just beginning, and the general public are just beginning to hear about it now.
Alright, I'll just disprove you in the chat. Watch.
Take it to the chat,
This
guys.
information is
Alright. Yale, okay, good, we got it.
Because I didn't want to yell.
I know, Alec, go ahead. Alec, go.
Thank you. Let's settle this. We're never gonna solve mental illness, period. Either because of environmental concerns, genetic reasons, or the way a person will grow, there will be crazy people in the world, period. That's the way it always will be. So in terms of that, no, mental illness is not the issue. Yes, we should try and help people. Yes, we should try and mitigate it. But to say that we're going to solve it in some way, that's never going to happen. That's number one. Number two, I just happen, sometimes, the internet and math is your friend. I looked it up. The number of auto accidents in the U.S. every year, the people who get killed by cars, is about 40,000 per year. I just looked it up. In 2023, there were 46,728 deaths
In 1950, they came out 100,000.
injuries in the U.S. I don't know who was talking. Out of those, 56.4% were gun suicides, 40.4 were gun homicides, police shootings, 0.09, unintentional one, etc., etc. Okay. All right, I'm not done. Here's the point. the other part of the statistic. And you can thank our illustrious former president, Barack Obama, who commissioned the study on guns during his presidency.
Forget about Obama.
Yeah. Well, I'm not. Because, according to his stats, there's anywhere from 700,000 to 1.5 million. We'll pick a million as the middle number of crimes that are prevented every year because of guns. Guns are stopping 1 million crimes every year.
Okay.
That means, okay, so going back to the car analogy, are we going to outlaw cars because of those 40,000 deaths? No, we don't talk about mental illness when we're talking about cars. Are we talking about mental illness? Are we even talking about all of the crimes that guns prevent every year? No, we're not. All of a sudden, there's a shooting, and oh my God, yes, it is absolutely tragic. Yes, it's tragic when my best friend's girlfriend's brother and sister are driving and a tractor trailer truck plows into them and they're both killed. That's tragic. But we recognize, and this is what's lost in the conversation, the net benefit, the overwhelming benefit that we get from guns and gun ownership every single year, every single day, because people are allowed to have guns.
Thank you, Hal. That's soliloquy. I appreciate that submission.
So if you want to have the conversation, stop talking about mental illness. It's not going to be solved. And guess what? This ain't going to be solved. The only other thing I'll land with this, Tom, is if you want to see better stats, then eliminate Los Angeles, Detroit, Oakland, New York, and Boston, because if you take all of those cities out of the gun stats, then the United States looks like European countries where they have severe gun
Okay, I wanted to read this really quick. I was looking up study because I was curious. And this is from the US EHR-based study. It says 58% of transgender patients have at least one psychiatric diagnosis or above the 13.6 rate in matched cisgender control groups. It also says among transgender youth, psychiatric comorbidities like depression, anxiety, and self-harm can be as high as 40 to 45%. So this is why I think people, again, I'm not saying it's right, but I think this is why people are saying that because the person was transgender, then the person was already dealing with some type of mental issue. So that's why I think people are harping on it. Now, I will admit that him being transgender is probably not the only issue. But the fact that he was transgender, people already say that he was basically crazy because he was transgender in the first place. That's why I think people keep bringing up the aspect of them being transgender in the first place. Go ahead, Pepe.
I get it, but I would say this, like, I look at the trans community as nearly all of them are gay. I think we all can agree on that. I see them as basically being what would have always been very feminine bottom bitches to begin with, and now they had the option to look more like a fucking female and, get railed by, heterosexuals. I guess that might be their preferences, but their preference is obviously men in general. They probably can care less about their orientation. So I don't think that and I guess I would ask this question: if you're trans, are gay men, especially bottoms, are they overrepresented when it comes to violent crimes? I doubt that's likely the case as well.
Can Gay men are just trans who don't have the balls to cut off their.
Yeah, but most trans don't cut off their. Yeah, but most trans don't
It
cut
was
off
a
their
joke.
dicks.
It was a joke.
No, I know, but most trans women, if you call them that, I wouldn't, but they don't cut off their dicks. They get breast implants, hormones. Maybe they do some shit with their face, with plastic surgery. But hey, it's been a while since I looked at this. But the number of trans women that go into that actually have like genital reassignment, that's a pretty rare thing.
That's disgusting. Well, at the end of the day, if we're going to talk about mental health, I think we should bring back insane asylums. To be perfectly honest with you, I think we should bring them back. Again, I don't think we should have some of the heinous situations that were taking place in them, but I think they should definitely be brought back because obviously we need one because a lot of these individuals have no place to go, and the families have no idea how to deal with it. And honestly, they don't want to deal with it. They just want to fucking push it on somebody else, anyways. So, if we're going to have the conversation about mental issues and mental illness, and is this the crux of why these people decide to do these heinous crimes? And sure, let me ask you guys this question. Do you think a person that is mentally ill that commits a heinous crime like that should be punished, like by going to jail and doing, real time, or be, put in a home because they're insane?
Well, what ends up so here in Arizona, I have had that experience where individual have to have to walk a very tightrope when talking about this. So we have Rule 11 court in Arizona where if you commit a crime, but it's your attorneys are going to say, well, this person's mentally ill, or they have a level of cognition that is very low, like basically you're retarded. They'll see if you can. They'll try to restore your competency to stand trial. Now, if you're retarded, there's really nothing they can do for that. If you're mentally ill, they can try to restore your sanity through treatment, but amongst some of the seriously mentally ill population, there's really, even with medications, they can't. They're just going to always be like really out of it. And then what ends up happening is they're found not competent to stand trial, but then they're civilly, and if they commit an egregious crime, I won't say what this person did, but let's say it was any real egregious crime. It wasn't murder. It could have definitely ended up as murder. But if you do something that's like you're obviously a very big danger to the public, they'll civilly commit you, and you could perhaps spend the rest of your life in the state hospital because of that. And I believe there have been people who committed crimes, very famous ones, where they ended up. Wasn't the guy who tried to kill JFK, or not JFK, excuse me, Ronald Reagan? I think he might have been in the hospital. No, not Sirhan. The guy who tried to. He was trying to impress Jodie Foster or some shit, and so he tried to kill Reagan. I think he's somebody who, I could be wrong, might have been civilly committed.
I think he came up with parole a few years ago too.
It's a whole different thing, but yes, you can. There are if you're truly
passionate about it,
all
I
there,
would drive around, find
so
out these predators
you're
because it's so
reacting to
prevalent,
external
it's happening
stimuli.
everywhere.
Like the
Instead
reason
of complaining
you
that
might
nobody's
shoot
doing
somebody,
it,
for
you're just
example, is
wasting
because
breath.
you have
And
this
the time you're spending on the eye,
belief
if you're the
that
same amount
seems
of time
real to
you've
you,
done in jail,
that
and
this
you
person's
fucking
out to
local
get
jail.
you, and you have to do it, and you'll save the world, and whatever. I mean, this person doesn't have control of themselves at that point. They're reacting to their mental illness as opposed to reality.
They don't even have space for me.
And so, you want
be able to find
prison is probably not the ideal place. You want to put them in a secure location where
So
they
then why are
have
you worried then? They wouldn't get in jail if there's no space.
treatment for
where they can't affect anybody else.
What area of the
Shoot him in the head.
You're such a fucking retard.
I'm still stuck on Pepe saying
doesn't matter.
retards are
We're living in marriage.
I'll stick with that.
Can I like make this?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Like, if I went to a psychiatrist or whatever, man, and I told them, yo, I want to chop off both of my hands, and if you don't let me chop off both of my hands, I'm gonna kill myself.
You get
I think it's safe to say that. I think it's safe to say that I will be 5150 with the quickness, right? That someone would say, yo, something is really wrong with him. Because why would you want to cut off two perfectly functioning appendages on your body? Like, why? Why would you want to do that?
Why would you want to modify your body at all?
But you're making, I think, I don't think, I think that there's, okay, but I think that's not something that you can, okay, but you're trying to compare two very different things.
Let him land though.
No, shut your fucking faggot mouth. Like, when it comes to, for example, chopping off both your feet or your hands, or some, things that obviously allow you to get by in life. Now, your sexual organs, the things that you urinate out of, and at least one sex inserts their part into the other person's part, which they get inserted. I understand what you're saying. That sounds weird. Now, these are people who are attracted to the same sex and they want to be appealing to men as the opposite sex.
Not necessarily.
Sure. And so, now, I get it. Why would you want to cut off a functional penis, especially for something that's risky, like gender, I don't know what the fuck you call it, basically making your genitals like that of the opposite sex. I 100% agree, but I think that they're doing it because for a completely different reason. They're doing it because they want to fulfill the role of being, instead of having to be a bottom bitch, they can be like a face up bitch that they get to have sex with men like a woman would. And I don't even know if how functional their vaginas are. I've never looked into it. Can they still experience orgasms? I have no fucking idea.
Why does that matter? My God, jeez.
Well, because I would say my biggest fear, if my dick was to get cut off, I'm just being upfront.
Which is a choice. Which in this case is a cosmetic.
Jesus Christ!
You have a cosmetic surgery.
No, you're not understanding. God damn, you're stupid. The biggest thing I would fear is they'll find a way for me to be able to pee. Let's just say like Lorena Bobbitt, like she did with her husband back in the 90s, to Joey Buttafuoco, she chopped my dick off. Now, obviously, medically they'll find a way for me to pee, but will I be able to experience sexual pleasure and an orgasm again? That would be my biggest. Shut the fuck up!
You tell me to shut the fuck up.
You shut the fuck up, you stupid bitch!
Alright.
Your mom was a bitch.
I couldn't even finish, you stupid whore. Shut your fucking. You fucking hood rat bitch. Shut the fuck up.
Alright. Hey, Pepe, come on, man.
Pepe, I'm trying to land.
Let's play in.
I'm trying to land, but this bitch won't shut the fuck up.
Land now or don't land.
Jacob, you stupid autistic faggot. Shut the fuck up.
Your mother's a bitch.
So all I was trying to say, oh my God, you just don't shut up. All I was trying to say is that, oh wow, so I'm not worried about whether I'll be able to urinate through my dick again, okay? If somebody chops off my penis. And my biggest worry would be, will I be able to have sex again and have an orgasm and have a functioning penis that can have sex?
I mean, y'all are really fucking up my point that I just really let this shit ride out. That's crazy y'all didn't let me land my plane. But okay, y'all go ahead though. Keep fighting it out.
Things together.
No, make your point. Like, don't listen to this fucking hood rat. Shut the fuck up, bitch.
Adrian, go. Hold on, Adrian, go ahead. I can land.
After I'm done, I
Yes,
can
it
go.
Things
Look, what the fuck? Yeah, my overarching point that if I told motherfuckers I wanted to chop off both of my hands, and if you don't let me do it, I would kill myself. What do you think would happen to my quality of life if both of my hands are missing, right? I can't do things that I would normally do, right? Therefore, my quality of life goes down. I sink into depression, and if my depression gets deep enough and dark enough, guess what? Suicide ideation time, right? My quality of life has sunk through the floor exponentially that I don't even see a point in living anymore because I don't even have two functioning hands anymore. I can't even properly wipe my ass. I can't even properly feed myself, right? I can't do all of the normal things that I would do if I had two perfectly functioning hands attached to me.
But how is it the same as getting your fucking dick cut off?
Man, Pepe, you gotta, bro, the elephant in the room right now is that you're talking too much, bro.
He's an idiot.
Like, seriously.
But your dumb ass is not saying how that is equivalent.
Shit, bro. Don't call me a dumbass, bro, because I ain't disrespect you not one time. But you have been hogging the mic, and the mods are just not even telling you right now, which is crazy. But that's the elephant in the room that you're talking too much, and you're sucking all the air out of the room.
And he's wrong when he talks.
Shut up, you stupid nigger bitch. You goddamn.
Oh,
Pepe, here we go. Dude, what we go?
Just because people sometimes try to tell me that Pepe doesn't do this.
God has never said all my life, if I ever find you, I promise you that.
He don't mean it. He don't mean it.
It's a hood rat.
He already never did that. All right. Boss, can we speak on the
Wait a
topic?
minute, hold on, wait a minute. Here's all I was trying to do with this idiot, was to tell him Joey Buttafuoco was not the person who got his dick cut off by the Bobbitt girl. Hence her last name, you fool, Bobbitt.
Okay,
Her
man.
last name was married to a man named Bobbitt. That's all I was trying to tell you, dumbass.
You're not
My
helping.
bad. I shouldn't have called you that name. I apologize.
No, it's over. If I ever find you, that's all I'm gonna say.
Amazing. Are you gonna rape me? Is that what you're gonna do?
All right, stop.
Like I said, if I ever find you, ever. You don't get to call me
Please don't rape
and
me.
take it back. You don't get to call me shit and take it back if I ever find you. That's
All right, just move over, you know.
All right. So, I don't know, boss, do you want to speak to the subject, or are we going to do something else?
no, nobody gets to call me a name. Somebody, like I said, who constantly hides behind a PTR gets to call me something. The bottom bitch is Pepe. Promise.
I'm a bottom bitch. I'm a bottom bitch. 100% true.
Oh, I'm sure you are. I'm sure.
Bottom man, baby.
Ma'am, just please be a good Christian. And,
Jacob, shut your faggot mouth.
I'm not gay.
All right. Looks like we all are on one accord now. I actually don't know where to go. Charlie, you've been on stage. You'd be good opposition. Do you want to speak on the title or no? Are you just
I mean, on the title, arm the teachers. I was American and I had a kid in America. Yeah, arm the teachers.
Well, I think the teachers too, like it's interesting because most of these teachers probably would not even want to have weapons. They still be trying to arm them or reject it. You probably have to put security there. Security will probably be better than arming the teachers because some of these teachers probably wouldn't even take it in the first place, which is, sad, but it is what it is.
Yeah, like it's a terrible idea. But I mean,
wait, why is it a
school
terrible idea? You didn't explain why it was.
Oh, I just don't think it's it's asking a Canadian why it's a bad idea to give teachers guns. There's so many ways that can go wrong. Just a gun going off by mistake.
Oh, Canadians, they can't hold pistols.
So you're afraid the guns are going to go off by mistake. That's why teachers
Wow.
shouldn't have a fight if an armed person comes in with a gun.
They don't have that problem in Canada.
Yeah, exactly. The last time this happened was like 2016 and stuff.
It's weird.
What if we
or would that bring in more crime to the area?
I think that would be great, but the problem is that people are going to project it. Like everybody, like I said this earlier with the discourse on stage. Even if we want to decide that we want to put guards, military guards at schools, you'll have people respectfully on the left acting as if they're traumatized and triggered by seeing a nigga in a uniform. So by having a police station right there, they would be triggered so they can't go to school and learn because they're focused on being locked the fuck up. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, these people, some of this ideology some of these people hold are wild to me.
But why would you be afraid to be locked
Kitover,
up
why do you need two accounts on stage?
being a better person?
You can ask me that, bro.
Oh my God, Rich.
I can ask you all I want, and I'm asking you.
I'm saying I can't.
Why
I'm saying that I can't respond to that because I do not understand that ideology, so I can't respond to that.
I can appreciate it.
I don't know. What do they call that fence? I mean,
That's not true.
when we were having a conversation, especially around mass
We
shootings.
have problems on those things.
Good luck with your visa.
What, you're threatening me right now?
No, I'm promising you. I'm promising you. I know that you know who you are.
Who am I? What? Who am I?
Oh, she already read the rules and regulations. You're not allowed to dox people. You didn't hear the stewardess?
I did dox someone.
No, me. You're asking me who you are. Do you really want me to tell everybody?
No doxing. No.
That's exactly it. So why would I? That's what I said. I'm abiding by the rules and regulations of this aircraft. And if a door were to open and you were to fly out, Ewan, I wouldn't even throw a parachute out for you.
Okay, that's fine. Like,
But when you are walking around the cabin, be careful because there is an entrance or exit at the top right of the room. So I don't want you to accidentally fall off the airplane.
There's other people that shared the video of you.
It's okay. It's okay. Listen, I don't care. It's not me. And you guys already played it like with all the anti-Semites and tried to fuck me over. It didn't work well. And then you went in there and shamelessly looked like an idiot because you went into Amir's room and said, "Did you guys hear about the video? Oh my God, BB slept with the tranny." And they said, "Ewan, we already heard it. It wasn't him." And then you quietly left the room in shame. Then you went into another room, did the same thing. Then you went into another room, did the same thing. And you said no. And then today you did the same thing. And everybody said no, that's not him. But you keep doing it because you're fucking nuts.
Hey, excuse me,
And that's why I
BB.
try to tell you, I call you out on your shit and said, do it. Because you don't have the
BB.
stones. That's the problem. You don't have the stones.
Hey, BB.
You're twisting the truth.
Hey, BB.
No, no, twisting no truth. You're
Wait,
a fool.
BB,
I haven't posted the
Ewan.
video once. Like, I shared it on
Or
Saturday.
if you do or don't, I'd rather you post it so people can actually know that it's not me. Instead of
BB.
like
Hey,
inclinations of
BB.
your lies.
Hey, BB. Ewan. Wait, BB, do you have kids?
Yes.
Okay, Ewan has a child as well. I was
Yeah,
done.
I know about you.
Yeah, I was about to ask Ewan, like, if I was a new father, would I want to spend all my time arguing with BB as a new father? I don't think so. But then I was like, well, maybe BB doesn't have kids. No, BB's got a lot of kids, so I gotta ask BB too. Why, BB? Why do you want to sit here and argue with Ewan all day when you got so many kids? What's wrong with you?
My kids are grown, and I hold rooms, and he comes in and starts shit. Because I don't block
That's not
people.
true. You came in
Because I don't block
the chat. I
people.
was having a conversation.
Yeah, I came into this room because Shanique was on stage, and I come and say hi. And that's why I came in. And then I noticed there was a shit stain in the room, and I was like, fuck, somebody grab a mop. Because, shit stains usually, God forbid you touch it, you can catch a parasite. So I was like, fuck, let me call this parasite out. Maybe I can clean up the room, make this a better space.
You guys,
Let me see what the fuck you're writing. And I think if we start holding parents more responsible for heinous things that their children do, then parents will be more inclined to make sure that I don't want to be fucked up because you out here fucking up. You know what I'm saying? So that's my own sentiment. But you're right, Adrian. They're outside the house, 30 years old, doing their own thing. Just cut this nigga's head off if he's out here acting crazy.
Hey, Thomas, what about this? Because I was seeing that, they saying that this video that's going around, right, of him, showing off the guns comments and stuff. They said it was on YouTube. I don't understand how the fuck YouTube let that shit happen.
Absolutely.
Right? I think if anybody should be held accountable, hey, let's go after the social media sites that allow this type of content to stay up, right? Because clearly this guy was out of his fucking mind. This person here was making threats etched into his gun aimed at the American president, right? I think YouTube bears some responsibility. If we're going to say, hey, the family members should be held responsible, how about social media? I think YouTube bear some responsibility in this as well. Because, I mean, if you go on there and say a certain word about COVID or something, guess what? Your ass get banned. But this type of video was allowed to stay up and be permeated on their website. I honestly think that, hey, YouTube is culpable in this shit and should be held accountable and responsible for the shit that went out on the internet. I mean, that's just my stance on it. I don't know how you feel about that, or anybody in the room feel about that.
So Matt, yeah, there's some Muslim guy that has an audio recording of BB pouring out his heart to this transgender that he was having sex with.
Sorry.
How's that related?
Yeah. Oh, we were talking about it in the chat. Okay, calm down.
Okay, let's do it. Let's go after Adrian. Someone else came off the mic. Who was that?
It's John. It's John.
I couldn't understand why Harry was calling it that thing with his best friend.
Okay.
That thing.
All good, man. Bella, welcome to the stage. Do you want to speak entitled, or what's going on? Go for it.
It's dead. It was actually my.
Camera mic is fucked up.
Yeah, I think your mic.
Just go upstairs. Jacob, why do you just like make these sniping comments? It's really weird. I don't know.
Harry,
Why you're friends? But I mean, I do think that like when it comes to being friends, it's just like if my friends would tell me, "Shut the fuck up, bro, dude, you're being fucking annoying. Cut that shit out." They would tell me this shit. Like, it's just like I would tell that shit to my brothers. Okay, I'll shut up. Okay.
Hi, Matt. I'd like to say something about the trans shooter and the trans epidemic here in America and around the world.
What you got for it, John?
So this is a platform issue. Donald Trump, our great, glorious president, needs to send an email or a phone call to Sundar Pichai and say, "Hey, Sundar, why are you letting all these trans psychopaths with mental illnesses mass upload to YouTube? I think you gotta purge your platform from all this LGBTQ trans propaganda before more young men are infected with the mind virus. Hey, Sundar, you wanna keep your job at Google? Maybe you should do something about it at YouTube and stop this fucking nonsense, this mind virus from destroying people's lives."
All right. Well, thank you very much, John. Appreciate that. Bella, did you fix your mic, or what's going on? I don't think so. All right. The floor is open. Go ahead, Thomas. Want to go?
Did Mike ever get a chance to make a submission?
Yeah. What's going on, Mike? Crit, Mike. What's going on?
I'm on the bus now, Harry. The trans shooter.
Okay, we got you, bro. We got
Shut the fuck up. Mike on Crit. Let him speak.
Great. Talk out of I know exactly.
He said he's traveling right now. He'll get back to us.
Well,
Alright, I got a new bike.
Oh,
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you, Bella. What's up?
Man, alright, so I was driving my son to school this morning. He chose to go back to Catholic school, even though I had him in public schools. And he didn't like it, right? I know, that's crazy, especially whenever you choose that in the 5th grade. But I happened to be driving him to school this morning, which I never do, and the subject of, like, school security came up. And he's been now in 2 different Catholic schools. And he was like, yeah, he's like, I don't know, I feel really safe where I am. And it's really ironic because they have school mass every single Wednesday morning. We were talking about it, and we were talking about his principal and how his school is set up and what he would do in an emergency. We were talking about all this shit this morning. And he asked me, he's like, well, has anyone ever shot up a Catholic school? And I was like, well, the only one I can really think of is Nashville. And I was like, there was a shooting. It was totally like a deranged person who came in and shot up a school in Nashville. I think it was a Catholic school in Nashville. And I'm like, but that's.
I think it was Christian.
Was it just Christian? Okay.
I believe so. But it was a trans person.
It was also a trans person. But my son and I just happened to have this conversation on the way to school this morning. He's in the 6th grade. Like, it was really weird. And literally 2 hours later, I'm running errands and I'm listening to Glenn Beck and I hear the fucking news and I'm like, what are the odds that I was just having this conversation with my son, driving him to school, and we were talking about all the great things at the Catholic school that he's currently in, all the security measures that they have in place, what they do during, like, we were literally talking about this morning, and then 2 hours later, bam, this happens. And I actually emailed his principal tonight and I was like, I just want to let you know, like, not only were we talking about this on the way to school, not that this is a daily conversation, but I just really respect the principle that we have in place, the security measures that they have in place, because the first Catholic school that he was in had none. And I remember going in, my daughter's a kindergartner, she's now an 8th grader, but I remember going into that Catholic school and saying, like, what are the security protocols? What do you do in an active shooting? Because so I grew up in the 90s, I graduated high school in 2000, I'll dox myself a little bit, but.
Don't dox yourself. What year?
Like, I can be like, as you can tell.
No, I grew up, I graduated in 2000. 2000. That's what, like, so.
2000, same year as me.
Yeah, so like Columbine was a big deal, and whenever I went to college, like the shootings really started. I mean, obviously Columbine started the conversation. They started after. Whenever I went to college, I always knew my exits. Like I always had an exit plan, an exit strategy. Even today, I was just talking to another high schooler tonight, and I was like, you know, you always have to have an exit plan. But we were talking about the sheriffs in Florida. Apparently the sheriff in our county goes into the high schools, does his like speech every year, and basically they used to tell them in lockdown situations to hide, but now they're telling them if you need to run, then run. Like whatever it takes to get yourself safe. Anyway, the entire point of the conversation is like obviously nobody is safe, and the transgender movement is clearly a disease in our society, and there's no way around that. It is a disease. And
was this another tranny, this event, and how many people were killed?
The one today, yes, it was another tranny, and he shot multiple rounds into a church through stained glass windows and killed an 8 and 10-year-old who were attending their first day of school mass.
Oh my god.
Fucking disgusting.
It's gross.
Absolute piece of fucking human filth. Like,
Yeah.
My God.
Yes. So another one. So clearly there's a disease in the transgender movement in a lot of different ways, but like who do you have to be? And I don't know how many of you have watched his manifesto on Twitter because it's up. Like it's gross. It's fucking disgusting. Like
I don't want to see it. It's like the devil.
Well, someone mentioned Bella. Someone mentioned that they believe it was a psyop because, like, I think Pepe made some good points when he was talking about that you can't really tie like politics to it because he was on the spectrum, basically. So he was all over the place like bird shit. So
I'm not. Did I tie politics to it?
No, not you. People were trying to say, oh, he's far right, oh, he's far left. I'm like, nah, nigga.
I mean, like,
this
how
nigga's
the hell are
lunatic.
you gonna? No, yeah, he's a fucking psycho. Yeah, like he's a psycho. But this is the other problem with our society. Like, we don't have any sort. We used to have mechanisms to lock up the psychotic, right? Like we used to have mental institutions. That's what
Now
we
they
used
tore
to do.
that down.
And they've torn them all down. Like we used to have some sort of ways of.
Why did we get rid of them?
That's a good question.
Because of alleged inhumane practices. Listen, I'm willing to, like, at this point, I'm willing to invest in having a couple of these buildings built. You know, I'll put down some capital, and others are willing to do so as well, to try to get some of this shit in order and taken care of, because I am sick and tired. And again, I'm sick and tired of people blaming guns, because it's not the guns.
It's not the guns. It's the mental health.
Yeah,
there's way too many people that own guns that are not committing crimes and blowing away children. And so it's the individuals who have. That's why I hate the gun debate. Every time somebody gets like blown away with a firearm, they want to automatically blame the inanimate object, saying, "Oh, well, it's the guns. You have too many access to guns." No, it's the crazy individuals that have access to guns because the vast majority of gun owners aren't going around killing children.
Well, you're all a bunch of fucking hypocrites. You're not gonna go pay taxes to go house people in sanitariums and pay psychiatrists to $500,000 a year to keep these people off the streets. You're a bunch of fucking hypocrites.
He is actually somewhat correct. When it came to one of the biggest problems we had even here in Maricopa County is that you would get somebody that was involuntarily committed, and it's just like, tries it all, amazing, they're stabilized, amazing, we're just gonna go ahead and get them out. And then the fucking, it's like, okay, cool, you sedated them for 24 hours or whatever, and they're back out in the street, and then they're just crazy again. And the reality
recidivism is real.
When it comes to the mentally ill, these are people that are not, and I'm talking about the seriously mentally ill. These are not people that are taxpayers.
Like the people who shoot up churches.
Amazing.
I'm saying, why would we want to go to work 5 days a week?
But these are people that don't. They don't. They're not taxpayers. They're not people that obviously can have the money to vote or not vote, but contribute to campaigns. And they are kind of like a silent group of people that nobody really cares about. Whatever saves money. Now, there's a cost to that. When you don't end up giving them the care that they need and putting them in the place they need to be, and they're going to be out, on the street causing trouble. Like, you have jails, and you have mental health treatment facilities, and so forth for a reason. It's just you need them to not be around the rest of us.
So Pepe, how do we do that? The thing is, like to your point earlier, like how do we get second that with a secret? How do we identify these individuals?
Oh, well, I'd say first off, these are people that have already been
By their blue hair.
they've already been court appointed treatment because they were involuntarily committed. And I'm telling you about these are the people that have already been involuntarily committed. It was very hard to get them into a place to live. So we have it was 2000, trying to think, 2007, 2008 when I left that job, but you had, shut up, you had 95 beds that were allocated to Maricopa County in the Arizona State Hospital. And of course we have 4 million fucking people. Now just think about that. You only got the by far the most egregious examples or egregious cases. They would end up going into ASH, what we call the Arizona State Hospital, and we did not have the room for these people. So we basically just had a revolving fucking door.
Can I pipe in real quick? Can I just bring one point?
Go ahead.
It's real simple. If you think that you're fucking transgender, or you belong at a mental institution, you don't need therapy. You don't need any of the bullshit that we're fucking talking about. If you think that you are transgender and that you need to be a part of the other sex, and that is your calling, you belong in a mental institution. Those are the people who we should be looking at. Those are the people who should be in those institutions, getting whatever therapies and drugs they need to figure it out. What are we doing here as a when I heard two people, I assumed that it was an affair gone bad. That's what I automatically assumed. But that's considered a mass shooting because that's two people dead. That is the typical mass shooting. The other one is obviously gang violence. But if you're talking about random mass shootings, there is a high percentage of people with psychotic issues, including being transgender. Who gives a shit? Whether or not you're shooting people up does not negate the fact that the entire transgender movement and what they're doing to our kids today. Because I have kids, and my other child is in public school, and I will tell you that they all think that they're fucking pansexual because that is the narrative that is being pushed down to these kids, and it's fucking bullshit. Like, no, you're a boy or you're a girl. Like, do we need to go through this? There are male parts and there are female parts. It is not that fucking difficult to find out.
They teach them that they're pansexual.
So what percentage?
100%.
I think the
I don't know what percentage. It doesn't even matter. That's totally fine. I don't know the percentage, nor do I care, Charles, nor do I care. Because if you're a motherfucking if you're a psycho who's a narcissist like Pepe, you're just a narcissist, you're not transgender, but you're still a narcissist. But all that being, if you're a fucking psycho, narcissist who thinks that because you want to be something else that everybody else has to respect you and that you have the right to kill other humans because they don't understand you, then you're a fucking nice narcissist and a psychotic who needs to be locked up. And everybody who's transgender and all these bullshit TikTok parents out there who are pushing these hormone therapies to their fucking 5-year-olds, they can literally kiss my ass and they should be locked up too. Like, this is not,
Let's talk to Jamal for a
it's
minute.
so easy.
You should have one percent for somebody who doesn't know.
Yes, of course, doctor. Yes, the doctor of nothing is going to come and tell us. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I am a gender studies specialist. I don't want to go through my
Bullshit, you're a gender studies specialist, but those people were all quacks in college anyway. So even if you are, then
Oh, I said it there, period, there.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, so listen, Charles, we've been together for a long time, right? We know each other. We know your politics. You're a bleeding heart. I don't even know if you're liberal. You're just a bleeding heart. So 4 years ago, when we were saying, it looks like we're getting a whole lot more non-binary children out there who are confused about their sexuality, you and all your friends were like, oh, well, that's just because they've been hiding in the dark all these years, and now they can finally come out at the age of 10. And that went on until we're up to 2,000% more non-binary kids identifying that way in middle school at this point today. What do you have to say about yourself? Do you understand now, and will you admit that the nonsense gender studies bullshit that goes on in school, gender affirming care in public schools, is causing kids to become non-binary trans people?
Bro, I thought we were talking about school shootings. I don't even know what you're talking about, man.
It's all related,
I mean, well,
Charles. It's all mental illness.
Do you think it's unrelated that we have a 2,000% increase in, hold on, do you think it's unrelated that we have a 2,000+% increase in kids who are non-binary and trans than there was 10 years
I
ago?
don't think that has anything to do with school shootings or shootings.
Well, we've heard that trannies are the shooters. Bella just
Okay, so the percentage of shootings committed by trans people or non-binary or LGBTQ, what percentage?
Yeah, well,
Actually,
over the last 10
LGBTQ
days, it's probably about
Why can't you guys give me a percent? You can just solve it all.
40%.
Gerald, do you know the percentages? Because you keep asking questions. You know what it is?
Oh, yeah, I have a good idea. Yeah, but it's definitely not 40%. It takes 40%.
40% of the cases, hold on, 40% of the cases that made mainstream national television over the last 2 years have been trans people. 40%.
Of shootings.
Of school shootings that got high profile. That's the only way we can tell, because they call 3 people in a gang drive-by a mass shooting. So the statistics are a little skewed.
Well, let's
Hold on. Fuck that. Hold on. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, so we got you.
Yeah, I heard you all. We ain't about to put no gang violence. Y'all say that. What y'all doing, bro?
That's what I'm saying, man. On crib.
We don't got shit to do with motherfuckers shooting up churches, shooting up schools and shit. So no, I'm dead. Y'all trying to slander the Chris, slander the gangs like that. Y'all.
I
No,
apologize.
no. What he's saying is that. No, what he's saying is that here's the problem: is that Jarl is asking. Hold on.
Let the man speak. Go ahead, Chris.
You said person.
Go ahead,
Hey, we don't got shit to do with that. Oh, Chris, we might kill each other. But we ain't killing no motherfucking churches and schools, bro. Stop that.
I personally said that the problem with statistics, which is what Jarl was asking for, is that when you look at mass shootings, it includes everything. So if you want to look at a percentage of mass shootings, it includes domestic violence cases, it includes gangs.
Leave the Crips out of this shit.
Alright, that's cool. I'm just saying, that we are leaving it. No, that's what I'm saying, is that it's not comparable to what we're talking about tonight.
I mean, look, leave them out of your life, okay?
So.
Dude, come find me. You know what? I'm loaded. Come and fucking find me, you fucker.
Oh, shit. Alright, look. If we're talking about mass shooting and we're talking about gender dysphoria and all of this shit, well, I think the two kind of overlap with each other. If you think about, who fits into those. If we're thinking about, who fits into those bubbles, right? Well, most school shooters are what? Motherfuckers who've been bullied, outcasts, misfits, the ones who was weird. Alright, well, the ones who identify in gender dysphoria. Who are they? Ones who get bullied, outcasts, misfits, ones that feel like they don't fit in, and stuff like that. I'm sorry, but the two have striking similarities with each other if we're talking about, hey, putting a group of kids in this group and a group of kids in this group, they're gonna over fucking laugh. Okay? The gender dysphoria shit usually are the kids who, like I just said, get bullied. They feel like they don't fit in. They feel like they don't belong. They're the weirdos, the ones the theater kids, all of those.
And they're on hormones, Adrian. They're on hormones. Makes you do crazy things. Just look at your girlfriend at that time of the month.
Well, I mean, look, if we're talking about, these hormones, these cross-sex hormones, developing bodies and minds are being put on, then I think that, it does have an adverse effect on the endocrine system, on the way that they think, the brain development and stuff like that. Because we love to say the human brain doesn't stop developing until, 25, correct?
Correct.
So, we just cannot be disingenuous in pretending like there is not some type of correlation that is going on here when it comes to school shootings and when it comes to gender dysphoria in children that still are in school, adolescents, right?
Y'all can be disingenuous about it.
Right. I mean, we're not going to be intellectually dishonest, y'all, in this fucking conversation. If we're going to be having a substantive conversation, at least have some fucking integrity to say, you know what? I think I need to look into that. I think you might be onto something. I think that's a good fucking point. Don't just jump off into your factions and say, no, and dismiss it because you don't want to hear what the other person is saying because you know deep down that it's fucking true. Don't do that.
Yeah, but Adrian, what about the mass shooting in the malls and churches? What about that?
Okay, you know what they have all in common? There are they're gun-free zones. You ever notice most mass shootings happen in gun-free areas? You do know that, right?
When you say gun-free, is it like open carry? Like, what do you mean by that?
No. What the fuck? That's totally opposite.
Yeah, you don't live in New York, apparently. We got guns
I live in California. I live in California.
I'm sorry, but New York State is essentially a gun-free zone, right? If I'm just being facetious, right?
Yeah.
But gun-free zones mean that you're not prohibited to carry a firearm in those areas. Churches, schools, malls, theaters, stuff like that, right? A lot of mass shootings happen where people don't have the means to fight back. And immediately, I hate this, after mass shootings happen, we need gun control. Gun control didn't prevent the criminal from walking in that bitch to blow everybody away. I'm sorry, but mass shooters fucking trigger. They don't do that. So why are you punishing people and making people defenseless, creating more defenseless victims for a mass shooter that is going in and shooting like fish in a barrel? It does not make any fucking sense. This is why I hate when people make this gun control argument, try to hop into the fray. The bodies aren't even cold yet. The blood isn't even wiped up and dried yet. But they always want to call for fucking mass gun control after a mass shooting. The only thing you're going to do is create more fucking victims. And honestly, I think that's what they want.
I brought this up earlier.
Individuals want more victims.
I brought this up earlier, Agent, before you got in the room. I said the exact same thing. Because a gentleman came in here and said, well, we never want to talk about the true problem, which is access to guns. I said, actually, every single time someone farts and a gun goes off, we talk about gun control. Every single fucking time. And every time I hear from the left, respectfully, all I ever hear them saying is removing guns from law-abiding citizens. Because you're not going to be able to take the guns away from the criminals. You're not going to be able to do it.
Exactly.
So,
And
again,
and it comes back to what I said earlier, personal responsibility, right? Personal responsibility. One thing about humans, we will always find a way to circumvent some shit. When some shit gets put in our way to try to block us from doing something, we will always find a way to circumvent some shit. So if you put gun control in, right, and have all of these stipulations on who can own a gun and who cannot, guess what? The motherfuckers who really want to own a gun will find a way to get a gun. They will find a fucking way. Fuck your laws, fuck your background checks, fuck all of that bullshit. Criminals are going to be criminals because they're criminals. Okay? I don't understand why the left don't understand that shit.
They know. They just play games.
They know that shit.
They play games.
They know that shit. And that's the
real question though is, if America doesn't have, like, if it's not the guns,
The only
and if it's
thing
not the
propping the left up is like violence, like this guy.
why does America have an overwhelming number of crazy violent people then? Like, that's another discussion, right?
That's a simple one. That's a simple one, though.
Countries compared to all the countries you visit as a tourist, probably.
Because we're the tax money.
Sure, so if you go to Mexico,
Like, that's
but if we go to Mexico, where Americans
Honorable Mike Johnson, Senate Democratic leader.
they have an astronomical murder rate in comparison to
The
ours.
Honorable-
And I would just say, if we wanted to really dig into demographics, who's doing the majority of the murders
Come
in
to
the
me
United
practically
States,
begging some wet behind
despite
me
how
little
much,
shit. You
more
assure me
armed
you're in touch with your
America
honorable.
is.
What do you do the second you get the chance?
Listen,
You stick it up my fucking ass.
John and I,
Mussolini, he found out about chemical from his cousin. He realized he could use it to his advantage.
Said you and your greaseball
Other
partner.
I'm gonna kill this
Western
shit. Didn't go along.
European
Think I fucking won't?
And when it comes to Eastern Europe,
know that is a distinct
countries, they commit murder in a lower.
It doesn't count. It was
Well,
strictly up to me, so I got nothing
only
to do
the
with it.
whites.
There was plenty of money in liquor, which is much safer and eminently more socially
Non-Hispanic
acceptable.
demographic in the United States. No, absolutely.
Boy Scout team, you're going in that hole.
It's a
Well,
fool.
Evan, you have to look at that like this as well, right?
And millions
In
of
a lot of
dollars.
countries that
I don't know about you, but the way I saw it, it was the same life I was risking either way. What would you have done if you were me?
You're going to call him. Go.
Genocides that happen in
He'd like to
Eastern
see
Europe
you.
cannot
His
deny
guy
that.
never again.
Genocides
Tell
that
him to
happen
get his ass down here.
fucking time.
Come to me practically.
My pronouns are you.
Always in places where the citizenry cannot fight back, right? And it is because guns were outlawed, right? Gun control, right? So to say that shit, it's been genocides that's been happening in Eastern Europe.
They still do that right now.
Like the
With
fucking
Russia
about.
and Ukraine.
Exactly, right?
No,
We just talked about the big black
Hold on,
gorilla in
Rich,
the
Rich.
room.
No, Rich, hold on. What I said was that in comparison to Western European countries,
And,
the white
so for like
non-Hispanic
big football
population
games, like the college
does not
games or
commit
the,
murder with firearms or I should say murder in general, at much higher of a rate. Now, when it comes to Eastern Europe eclipses the United States. And what's interesting about Eastern Europe is their gun laws generally are very strict. But I will say they're also kind of like more similar to Mexico, where they're highly corrupt, and they have a large, I guess you could say, criminal underclass that is.
Oh, the Russian mafia.
Yeah, and so. No, I get what you're saying, but to a lot of the gun control people, the pro gun control people, I should say, one of the questions I would ask is like, you had a 1994, assault rifle or assault weapon ban. Um, Amazing. From 1994 to 2004. But from 2004, when you've seen like a huge expansion when it comes to things like constitutional carry, states that issue concealed carry permits and so forth, crime has continued to go down, especially murder. Now, I know we like to harp and focus on these mass shootings, but overall, when it comes to the numbers of lives that have been saved, or I should say the number of lives that have been lost due to gun violence, have continually gone down despite the expanding of, your Second Amendment rights in the United States. So, like, how would somebody? And I want to hear from somebody who disagrees with that.
I will.
Oh, can we just talk about the big black gorilla in the room?
No.
All agree that
You've got a gun,
if we
right?
followed Margaret Sanger's advice, we would have better country right now.
I was asking somebody who disagreed. I don't.
Well, before y'all jump out the window, let me say this. I mean, because Jarrell brought up a point and asking why, why niggas are like this. And I've heard, and y'all can touch on Pepe's point, and y'all can also touch on mine when after Pepe's. But I'm also curious about how people feel about our food content. I've heard the argument that the food that we eat here.
Seriously.
I'm just asking the question. People say that people say that the testosterone has gone down very sharply and things like that.
Yeah, Big Macs are making people murder each other.
No, it's not the Big Mac making people murder, but I'm saying that you have a lot of people that hormones are completely out of whack that causes them to become deranged. A lot of these individuals are on some type of psychiatric medication. And again, people are on crazy amounts of drugs at this moment, especially unfortunately our ladies. But a lot of the individuals that also lean left, and I say this respectfully, seem to be on massive amounts of some type of medication. And again, I'm wondering if, based off what I've been hearing from certain individuals, that it could be the food content that's causing our hormones to be completely out of whack, that is driving niggas nuts and making them unhinged. I'm just asking the question, that's all.
I mean, originally, as soon as you brought it up, I was like, are you fucking serious? But, I mean, in all honesty, it's 100% true. The hormones that are in our milk, the way that our food is processed, the way that the pesticides, etc., those are all huge factors into the autism rate and to then pushing people onto medications. And what you can say that I'm like nuts,
Yeah,
but
autism
it's
came
fucking true.
It came around in the 20th century.
Okay.
Beaver and Matt.
Well, not at this rate. Not at this rate. Yeah, exactly. Not at the rate that it's at today. I'm sorry. It used to be like 1 in 120,000, and now it's like 10,000. Whatever the rate is,
It's 1 in 64 right now.
1 in 64 right now. Thank you.
Crazy.
Yes.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's nuts. And not only that, like when you look at the food plus the pharmaceuticals on top of it, especially in the United States. Because again, the United States is test buddies, whether we want to admit it or not. I was talking to a girlfriend tonight who was like, I think I just need to go on an antidepressant. I'm like, are you sure you want to do that? I almost committed suicide 3 times because of my antidepressant use from pharmaceuticals. Like, that is the thing, is that everybody wants a drug to fix everything. People wanted to fix fat loss, like losing weight. They wanted to fix their ADHD. Go ahead, Jacob. I'm sorry. You definitely do not need to man me, but go ahead.
Sometimes I would
question is strong with this one.
Oh my god, that was the point that I was making. I was a test bunny for Paxil. Do you know what Paxil is, Jacob?
Yeah.
It was like the number one prescribed drug for antidepressants in the early 2000s.
It gives you zaps.
Right, Jacob's sipping like me. What you sipping
Yeah,
on?
but zaps are something that happen when it comes
we
to...
do them.
Shut up! Zaps,
I took it.
the zaps, okay, when it comes to SSRI discontinuation, the zaps happen to people, whether it is, you can look at, Jesus Christ, I can go, whether it
I
is...
couldn't make love to a woman that was 19 years old and worked out and benched 240 pounds.
My nigga, what?
So that's what Paxil is to me.
Wait, what?
It robbed you of your manhood.
I told you he's sipping, my guy. He's sipping right now.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, yeah, Paxil does a lot of,
So am I, but holy shit.
I mean, holy shit, like, I've taken SSRIs personally, and so, I mean, did it ever make me more, like, homicidal? No, and I don't have depression, I was never, like, in that,
Well,
I've
then
never
why
had...
hold on, if you were never depressed, why the fuck were you on an SSRI?
Because it treats other things, like OCD, for example.
But Pepe, you got to admit though, whenever you see these commercials or whatever, or read the ads about the SSRIs, these are like the serotonin reuptake inhibitors, the fine print always talk about all of the side effects. Always talk about the side effects. Suicide ideations, right?
Yes, and
Wait, hold on. Suicide ideations, right? Homicidal acts and shit that associated with
it's a homicide act. It's not part of the black box.
Yes, it is. Because when a person goes out and says, hey, I want to shoot up a bunch of fucking cops and I'm daring the cops to shoot at me, suicide by cop is a very real thing. And they will do anything possible to cause that type of reaction, right? Motherfuckers will go out and shoot up a whole goddamn school and off themselves. Why are they offing themselves after the fact that they committed homicidal acts? The two go hand in hand with each other. They're not separate from each other. You have to ask yourself, you have to be honest, Pepe, and ask yourself, why the fuck do these motherfuckers off themselves after they done killed a bunch of fucking people?
Can I also
They
just
go
say,
hand in hand.
sorry, Adrian.
No,
Can I also just, no, you're good. Can I also just say, like, your personal experience in not being affected by SSRIs, or did I get that right? It's
SSRIs
not,
are...
yeah, it's not the effects that it necessarily has on another human. I'm
No
telling
shit.
you that they will make you fucking crazy. And whenever you go
No,
on them,
don't, you stupid bitch.
Okay,
Like, this
no.
is literally...
that's what I'm saying.
No, you're so
You are
fucking
literally-
stupid.
No,
You are so fucking stupid. It's
you're-
like mind-numbing.
yes, you're
No, because
you're right. I'm not.
I am right. Okay,
She's
right. She feels...
I'm
Okay,
totally right.
no, you're not totally right.
Yeah, because
You're saying an individual... You're saying as an individual...
You're speaking.
You're saying as an individual that they will not end up... Yeah, I am going to speak louder. So you're saying as an individual...
No,
You're saying as
he's
an
not.
individual that I'm wrong with my experience. Yet you're saying somehow that when it comes to, the majority, that they did not experience the same thing as myself. Now, when it comes to the black box warnings, when it comes to the symptoms, it has nothing to do with wanting to commit harm against others. The biggest problem with SSRIs was that they ended up, basically, people would be severely depressed. Okay? And so imagine, like, I've had to work, at 24 years old, a couple of years out of college. It's just like, here's this guy. He's a retired police officer. He has a, retired policeman's pension. I can't explain his case, why he ended up the way he was. It was weird. He had to have a lot of consultations with a neurologist. It's kind of a mystery. But here's this guy that was functional throughout most of his life. You go into his house, the AC's not on, but it's like 100 degrees plus in his house. And he's literally, I was like, why is his shit. Basically just melting up around his bed. His bed is smeared with shit. And I'm just like, holy shit, bro. How did this guy get like this? Now, this is a guy I would pick up from, the very first time I met him. I picked him up at a mental, he was involuntarily committed. He's a very nice, Italian guy from New York. He was a police officer. Very nice guy. He had some more, I guess he was doing better, a lot better than when he got picked up. He stopped taking his meds, so forth, ended up decompensating, becoming the person that I saw. He ended up getting transferred to a team that, basically has a lot more resources. And yeah, it was absolutely a thing that when you end up taking SSRIs, if you're suicidal, but you barely have the image, the energy to get out of bed, brush your teeth, take a fucking shower, do whatever. But then you take it, but now it's like all of a sudden you have enough energy to basically make a plan to fucking kill yourself and then carry it out. That was something that was very much noted. But they did not, but when it comes to homicide ideation or violent ideation, that is not associated with SSRIs. And I provided a link earlier debunking this stupid bullshit.
They're talking about suicide, man.
Why do you talk like that, you fucking faggot? Will you? Stop talking about that, will you? Stop talking about that, will you?
You're definitely not the expert on SSRIs, Pepe.
No, but you're not either, you stupid bitch. But at least I've looked up. At least I've looked it up.
Three more times you went.
Bella, what are you sipping on, Bella? What you sipping on?
It doesn't even matter. White one. White woman drinks. White woman.
Oh, Waston, okay.
What you sipping on over there, bro?
Nothing. There's no. Okay, show me studies that show that SSRIs, where there's a causative role when it comes to homicidal or violent ideation. You're not gonna fucking find it.
Why don't we just use all the school shootings over the last 10 years as a study?
Yeah, that's probably.
Okay, but that would be correlative. Now, do I think that people that are crazy have most likely visited a psychiatrist's office versus people that are not crazy? Absolutely. And so, are these crazy people far more likely to have been on an SSRI? Absolutely.
So I think it's weird that school shooting.
But that's correlative. Okay, Bella, it's not
It's only
causative.
correlative because we didn't do the study.
Correct. We're not going to do the study.
That's the only reason.
Because we're not going to do the study. Hold on one second. I'm sorry, Adrian, but we're not going to do the study because the pharmaceutical companies are paying for our entire media source of everything that's coming from the United States of America. I'm so sorry, but the fact of the matter is you cannot watch a single television show, whether it be on if you're not ad free, without getting 16 fucking pharmaceutical ads, and that is what's paying for our media. Yes.
Yes, I get it, but you guys are also fucking retarded. You guys think that because you see a little correlation, you can attribute causation to it. You dumb bitch! You're so fucking stupid.
How many times are you gonna call me a dumb bitch? It's kind of wild to me,
You
Pepe.
might be right, but it's still the fact that these people are unbalanced. Whether the study has been done to find out if it's correlative or causative, if they're homicidal, we know that they're have suicidal ideations from these drugs. And so why not? They're unbalanced. The end of the story is they're unbalanced, and only somebody unbalanced would go ahead and do this type of thing. And so the point is, we might not be able to get rid of crazy people, but we can stop making crazy tranny kids right away. We take
Well, sure, I get correlation between being a fucking tranny, which is basically an effeminate faggot, 15 years ago, and being a mass shooter. Like, I'm sorry, I don't buy this shit.
Definitely don't understand
If we made that,
from
It's crazy.
if we made that statement, Pepe, I'm sorry. It's not that we're making thousands of mass shooters, but it's bad enough we are making thousands of trannies that would never have been trannies otherwise, except for the fact that they're in their formative years, their brains, as I believe you said, are not fully developed yet, and we are pressuring them and tricking them by the most nice, liberal, bleeding heart way that they have something wrong with them. They were born in the wrong body. Meanwhile, I felt like I didn't know exactly if I was a man yet. I was 12 years old. I didn't have hair in my balls yet. I'm never going to be a man. Maybe I'm a girl. Like, I didn't have those particular things, but I do remember being 12 and being stuck between a boy and a man. And I remember how vulnerable a state that is. And for adults, faggot, homosexual liberals to go ahead and exploit that, it's like, why don't we just kill those people? Why don't we execute them?
Well, I'm not gonna disagree with you on that point. I'm not gonna disagree with you on that point, but
Y'all don't find it funny that school shootings did not, and I'm being serious. Y'all don't find it funny that school shootings did not started happening until we took shooting out of schools. You guys know that, right?
That's a good point. That's actually a really good point. Like, in home ec lab too. As soon as home ec was out of the schools, like, yeah, mass shooting.
We actually had shooting courses in school teaching kids how to fucking.
Look at the lovebirds.
We're having a swell time, sure.
Saltwater taffy. Would you like some?
Go ahead.
Columbine is where I feel like
A flat tire. Wino-barrel on last night. It would have been right for the
that is
full
where
champagne
you
dome
started
dog. Goes into the
getting
school.
like
It's a pushover. That's what I thought.
school shootings ended up
What are you, about 20, 21?
playing in the
You're not
first
20.
school shooting.
I'm 19.
Yes, but okay,
That's ideal.
okay, so if I go
Listen,
to
I'm thinking sponsoring a
okay,
contest right here in Atlantic City. And if you don't mind my saying, you've got plenty of what it takes.
Army
A
bases.
beauty contest.
Actually,
Okay, and answer this one.
What would I have to do?
Maybe this
In
guy.
fact, I'll let you know. Coincidentally, Georgia here will be one of our judges.
Really?
Who was the guy that I forget his muscle doctor
Warmer up.
in Fort Hood, Texas, that went into an army base where I believe he was a psychiatrist. He had a
His name was.
Fuck out of here, man. Fuck, get the fuck out of
no,
here.
you stupid! Shut the fuck up! He's somebody who ended up coming in with an FN5. Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! Shut up! Okay, so he came into the army base with an FN57 with a 21-round magazine. You stupid motherfucker! Okay, where they're obviously heavily armed. Okay, and he was able to absolutely. No, you can shut your stupid ass up for real. No, he was able to go on to that base and shoot a bunch of fucking people. With similar.
Elon Musk is sharing his passion tips, Zuckerberg gushing about the metaverse, Oprah revealing
When it
her
comes to
secrets,
I
and
can't finish my fucking point because
Clubhouse
you
almost
fucking bitches
inexplicably
won't shut the
lost its
fuck up.
momentum, losing over 80% of
Okay, let me
active
finish
users
my
from its
fucking
peak,
point.
making it one of the fastest failures
Let
in
me
social
finish my
media
fucking
history.
point.
It's an open secret for insiders in the tech world, and frankly happens to every attention-seeking social media app. It just happens
Okay, shut your
secretly
fucking
to Clubhouse. So what really happened to Clubhouse, and what is this dark secret?
Shut your fucking monkey ass up for a fucking second. Let me finish my fucking point.
We're being able to focus solely on that meeting. It's going to be really big benefit.
Clubhouse live audio feature.
Where in Texas?
Mo monkeys. Let's go.
Amazing. So you had it. Okay, let me finish my goddamn point. I can't finish my fucking point.
Why don't you give the full name first? Don't talk about Texas acting like you've been here.
Drop people down, but don't me and Adrian, everybody, come on guys, let them land.
I'm trying to land it. They won't shut the fuck up. They're getting triggered. triggered.
Man.
Clubhouse user data just got leaked. That
He literally just asked the room what was the name of
You asked, you fucking ape? It's asked. Asked.
Stop talking to me, man.
Can I finish my goddamn point? I just want to finish my. Can I finish my goddamn point? I just want. Okay, once again, it's asked.
Literally trying to get the argument.
They tell me that they're holding you fellas because you signed 3-year papers.
Listen, Carol, I've been in 11 different engagements. How many you been in?
Not that many.
It ain't the papers. I've done my share. We all have. Damn good men.
You
This way.
fucking
All his
interrupted
army
me.
and all his officers is damn local. These damn idiot need. They think to pour pee out of a boot with instructions written under the heel. We can't win no how with these lame-brained bastards from West Point. These damn gentlemen, these officers.
Men, gather around. I've been talking with Private Buckland. He told me about your problem. There's nothing I can do today. Whether you fight or not, that's up to you. The Frenchman was born on last summer. In May, there were 1,000 of us then. There are less than 300 of us now. All of us volunteered to fight for the
The
Union.
Gauntlet son.
All of
Thank
us
you.
have seen men die.
Gauntlet
We
son.
are an army now to set other men free. Gentlemen, I hate to lose
With
this
the
fight.
FN57, which by the way is they're rather slim cartridges, but they have a lot of
They
velocity.
tell me that
But the magazines can pack a lot of rounds. He ended up going to Fort Hood, ended up shooting a bunch of goddamn people. Now, when it comes to military bases, for example, and he talked about like, when they had shooting classes on school campuses, they did not allow the kids to have a gun right next to their fucking desk. Okay, they secured
Before we came out of the closet,
much like
you worked for me.
a military
You put a lot of money in my
they don't
pocket,
just let
and
you
yours
walk
too.
around with loaded
Talk about
firearms
Ernest.
unless
How
you're
about Fat
fucking-
Dom Gamiello?
So, no,
What
I
about?
mean,
He's
it's
MIA.
it's
A lot of people are
asinine.
concerned for his well-being.
Just because
Don't know what I know about that. Plus, coincidence would have it. He was last seen in New Jersey.
That's what I'm saying.
there they are. The pirates up our shoot. The brigands up our shoulder.
Kids not have access to the fucking defend themselves.
Hey, man, Canucks. I appreciate the rules you set.
What do you mean you find the out? You want to stay?
Now I gotta stop by my daughter's in Metuchen. Hey, sorry to hear about your boy. Alright? Terrible thing.
And
I'm
at the
13.
school,
Going on
I'm
years
a
old.
right winger, and I'm like,
Serious.
I'm serious.
Take the kid.
You fucking olive nigger. You can shut your fucking mouth.
That little kid. I wonder if it was chalk.
Y'all gotta relax.
Very funny, Dom. Very cute. I don't quite get it, but cute. Hey, the autopsy found a 3-ball in his side pocket. They were on a run. They found a hanky. Carlos lipstick.
You're
Here's
like
that about.
Vietnamese, so I have to think of the.
Just breaking balls. You're right, though. Shouldn't laugh about it. Tragic.
But I thought your last name was Min, like M-I-N-H. Isn't that?
That was all black. The Raymond Navarro. Had an Ivy dildo stuck up his ass when they found him. We got all this shit. I'm
I
done.
guarantee you that the
Come to think of it. I was from Jersey, too. Where'd they find up your mother's coat?
Time ain't the trail. We touched that. What do you say?
My mistake. Carlos' lipstick was on Vito's car.
Okay, so should you have school? Should kids have both weapons at their desk?
Yes, Pepe, please.
Fuck! Patsy and him. He said we had to leave. Pipe broke. Maybe the store closes, we get him out.
They cut him up in a work area.
No more of that. DNA. Teacher's car. There's something beyond the wing.
mid-70s, I think.
you in here. Get back in the car and go for a ride. What? That Don Gamaliel came over. Just to break balls. Ray Vito. Carlo. Salute him first.
Crackers have their moments too.
That's right, Tom. You go. You don't know nothing. You all right? They kill the big guy. This is what happened. Tell her I hope she's over the floor. Damn Vito.
We don't have mass shootings at gun ranges. We don't have mass shootings at police stations. Unless you know, a fucking dumbass, right? And why is that? We don't have mass shootings at pawn shops. Now, do we? No. Anywhere there are proliferation of guns, we don't have mass shootings. Gee, I wonder why. It's because motherfuckers are going to think, I wonder why. It's only until we start talking about these gun-free zones where people are fish in a barrel or sitting ducks. Only until we start talking about when these things happen, now people are fish in a barrel. Gun control, gun control, gun control. Make more victims, make more victims, make more victims. It does not make any sense.
So imagine saying this to someone who doesn't live in America. Imagine saying this to a European, right? You come from the country with the most guns on earth, and you have 5 times, 6 times more murders than these European countries, while trying to claim that the number of guns in an area doesn't affect the number of murders. If it doesn't, then why do you have 4, 5, 6 times more murders than any European country? Canada.
Oh, sure.
Wait, aren't y'all going around stabbing niggas and scalping women like that's blown out by fucking immigrants?
And that's the thing, too. You're bringing up a bad point, because if we were to look at the European non-Hispanic people that live in the United States, our murders are not really much above in Western Europe. In Eastern Europe, they surpass ours, not even if we include other demographics, but, it's a lot different.
You're thinking America's 21st on the list, man. You're behind 4 murders.
Murder and death is just like, look, bro. Again, I saw videos of y'all cutting niggas' necks wide open in fucking train stations. Your women are running for their lives while they're having their backs blown out by fucking immigrants. Listen, this shit is crazy. But you're talking about us. You're talking about us. Y'all fucking house is not in order, bro. Relax.
Let's also not forget about the fact that you can't go to a Christmas festival, Charles, because somebody's gonna fucking run over you.
How dare you blame that Syrian man of rape? That is how immoral are you? You're accusing this poor man of rape. Yes, you're a dumb white bitch that accused this Syrian man of rape. And he came from a war-torn country, you stupid Karen white bitch. Fuck you. Check your privilege.
No, per capita, Adrian. Per capita, obviously.
Population size, right? I mean, of course, we're probably going to be higher than some countries because we have a higher population. So therefore,
Per capita.
it's going to be exponential.
This is why you allow people to be locked up for saying things that the government doesn't like, Charles. Listen, bro. You gotta pick and choose. Pick your battles. I need to pick your battles.
China has way more people, and yet it has a lot more murders. So that
I mean, there's too many people being raped by immigrants in Syria. Oh my God, why are you sending me to prison for 2 years in the UK? Oh my God.
Hold on for a second. In China, please don't use China as an example. Because when the fuck have China ever been honest about any of their numbers? Okay? So you can't quantify that and say for sure what they're doing over there or what they're not doing when it comes
to the UK either, my nigga.
Right. I don't. I love USA, right? So, I mean, there was a point in China's history when they killed 50 million fucking people. 50 million? Come on, bro. Cannot use China as a comparison for this shit, man. Don't do that. That's a logical fallacy, man.
Respectfully, UK rap's trash.
Okay, well, India then.
You said what, Joe? Yeah, well, India's another shithole.
I said, okay, well, India.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It is literally a shithole. Like, it literally.
And yeah, if you murder less people.
Okay, cool. If we can talk about murder then, right? Then let's hold train conductors to that standard, right? Because a simple fucking train derailment can kill 700 Indians, right?
Shit.
Like, let's talk about a bus crash. A simple bus crash can easily kill 217 people, right? So blame the bus driver for being a mass killer, right?
Visually?
No, we don't.
Wait, can we talk about the Indian dude who was issued a CDL who killed the family in Florida because he fucking made a U-turn on I-95?
The Indian guy? Was it the Indian guy?
Yeah,
I saw that.
Indian guy. Like,
That was crazy.
Exactly. Fucking nuts.
But then what's crazy about what happened in Florida is that you have people like Joe, I'm pretty sure probably signed a petition to have the U.S. go easy on him to show him leniency. Because
Nobody in fucking Florida signed that goddamn petition.
Right.
People around the U.S. might have signed that petition, but Florida's like, fuck off and get the fuck out.
Exactly. So you can't use India either. Because motherfuckers die by the thousands every fucking day.
So,
And that is true. And that is true.
I gotta say, as an Ohioan, like, from my entire life, I love being a fucking Floridian. It's really
Wait, where in Florida? Because I'm from Tallahassee. Where in Florida?
Don't say
I'm not gonna, I
Come
can't
on,
talk.
take a relax. This is me. Come on.
I'm just gonna say northeast. Just
Okay.
go northeast.
That's all I'm asking.
Wow.
Take English on the line. What you mean? You just told her not to tell her where she's from. That's crazy.
And I want to, Myron. No. Myron. I don't know what his name was trying to kill me.
Myron Gaines from Fresh and Fit?
I don't know. Whoever the hell.
You said you were a lover,
The Crip.
so you should be worried.
Oh, Mike.
I know.
Oh, okay.
Oh, well, that's not how you fucking spell Mike. So, okay, sure.
Not too much on Mike, my favorite.
Not too much on Mike. Oh my gosh.
Well, you gotta love the Crips.
So, Hulky, what's going on? Welcome to the stage.
So, it sounds like it feels like when I have to come to these rooms and actually talk about some stuff that really matters and fucking listening to some whining from the left, man, it just fucking hurts.
Was that really a painful situation earlier?
It was.
Okay, well, where you from? If you don't mind me asking, okay, where you from?
I got the Indian roots, brother. My parents are from India, but I'm an Ashray citizen. So
Okay.
I've lived here since I was a kid, and I love this country, and I think this is one of the best countries to be.
So what's your take on all this situation? Where are you at this point? How do you think you solve this problem if there's anything to solve with guns? What's your take?
My take is if you want to have a bipartisan solution, I think the left is going to be like, oh, we need to take all the guns away because that's extreme to the left, and the right, obviously, we care about our guns, so we really need to have our arms. So where's the middle spot here? I think as much as you have a way to, I don't know, to store, dock your boat or somewhere else. So if there's a way for us to have an armory like every zip code and maybe have gun owners checking their guns there and still have your right to
level than just saying, oh, I don't know, somebody just took my gun and they committed a crime. So I think that's still very irresponsible way of dealing the problem, because the person who's committing the crime is as much as and the person who actually stored the firearm irresponsibly should also have the equal punishment for the crime as well. I mean, this is my take on it. What do you guys think?
I appreciate that submission, but I would like to say, because y'all, thought I was out of pocket for saying that the parent should be held responsible. So, but how does the room feel about? And this might be the Louis talking, but how does the room feel about if a person commits a heinous crime like that, shooting fucking children? The families affected by this motherfucker should be allowed to desecrate the body. How do y'all feel about that? How do y'all feel about that? Because again, you don't want to fucking, hold the parents responsible. The people affected by someone that's done a heinous crime like that, this nigga doesn't deserve a fucking proper burial. He doesn't deserve it.
Deport all non-Christians and impose a jizya on Muslim countries.
Nigga, what?
Good talk. Yeah, I mean, if you listen to his manifesto, that was one of the interesting things that I saw on Twitter tonight. Was her? I don't know. Like, because it went from Robin or from Robin to Robin. I don't know. Yeah.
And then he changed it to Robin. Yeah.
Yes, of course. But okay, so we're gonna go with
That nigga will always be Rob.
He will always be a fucking Rob, which is probably why he is who the fuck he is. Yeah, I mean, like, I guess I'm down for it to let the families. But is it going to give them peace? None of it's going to give them.
I mean, it's not about getting peace for example. That was my children. If that was my children, then damn it, at this point, I already know that hole is always going to be there.
It's a time to kill, like Matthew McConaughey.
Hey, look, listen, Man on Fire, Denzel Washington, absolutely. I wish you had more time, type of shit.
Was it Denzel Washington or was it Samuel L. Jackson?
It was Denzel. I love Man on Fire.
Belongs to the Lord.
Okay, all right. Yeah, whatever. It was Denzel. I thought it was Samuel.
That's my fucking favorite movie. It was Denzel Washington, Code of Vantage.
Vigilance were out there protecting us. You guys are up in arms like that.
I swear you're wrong on this.
How much you want to put? I'll put 2K on it right now.
Let's
don't really go that far.
Hold on, I want to hear what Steve has to say. Steve, what do you think?
My thing
He's
is,
talking nonsense.
we never know when this type of stuff happens. We should definitely up the security. But, this type of behavior should not be allowed in society. If you want to come into a Christian country and do this nonsense, don't even come here. Stay where you belong. Stay in those Muslim dirtbag countries.
But he was from here. That nigga was from here. He was born and raised in this motherfucker. What you mean?
What are you talking about?
He isn't wrong, though, in general, though. Go ahead, Steve.
Did you see his manifesto?
About immigration, but it was the wrong topic, bro. Just jumped in the Kool-Aid that he knows right. I mean, I like his point. I get where he's coming from. But that nigga was homegrown, bro.
I kind of agree with Trump when he says even deport the citizens at this point.
Oh yeah, get them back here. They gotta go. They have to go, bro.
I mean, that's not a bad idea still. I mean, we are thinking of, Trump has said that he will send some, quote unquote, maybe U.S. citizens to different places. So, I mean, this is not far-fetched what he's saying.
I don't care. Listen, send some of these niggas to Chechnya, bro. Like, I don't care.
That's what I'm saying, Tom. This is like, that's why they've been convicted of, rape and they, convicted for 50 years. Send them off to Uganda for all I care. I don't give a shit.
Send them to Juneau.
Dude, what happens to the CDL driver in Florida?
Bro, why don't we just go back to just fucking cutting niggas' heads clean off with the fucking guillotine, bro?
Oh
and fucking, just niggas' heads clean off.
You
missed that shit. Shit went clean over my fucking head, my
Yeah,
guy.
we'll start a new agency to deal with the corruption. So what we will do is we'll get 50 NASCAR season ticket holders, fans, in there, and then the people that have the corruption, they have to walk through there with handcuffs. Whatever happens in that room happened.
So they're gonna get beat up, I'm assuming.
Maybe.
Where's Mike? We need him right now.
You ran him off, KK.
You know I'm not running off. My favorite crib. Hello.
Do you think I want to be in a room with 50 rednecks?
Listen,
and
Chris,
do something corrupt?
if you are someone that it comes here and you're here by privilege, right, on a visa of some sort, and you do not take the time to learn our culture, and you're just here to make a buck to send back to your family, okay, and you end up killing somebody, he'll send this nigga to Valhalla, bro. I get it. I don't care anymore. This shit needs to stop.
Forget
It
about
needs to
Valhalla.
stop.
Send them to Compton.
Hey, so
They don't understand Valhalla. Thomas, they don't know what Valhalla is.
right? Maybe I'll address the elephant in the room. I know there's people who tiptoeing around it.
Marvin is not here right now, so.
I'll do that. I'm sorry.
Send them to Atlanta on a Thursday.
So look, when we're talking about the transgender issue, these mass shootings.
Yeah, well, Adrian,
I mean,
to add to another point that you made earlier about guns and purchasing guns, I think, like back in 2020, like when during COVID, when I was sitting idle, I could actually, take some blueprints off of the internet, and I 3D printed a lower Glock for the Glock and bought some parts online, and I was able to put a gun together. So you really don't need to go buy a gun from an FFL or from a gun store. You can literally build a firearm.
yeah, that's true.
3D printing. Yeah, they can do that now. Yeah, absolutely.
So now if you consider all these things, is if somebody is committed to go kill somebody, there's no way to stop. No, any law cannot stop that.
Exactly. Because if a person really wants to commit a mass crime, right, a horrendous crime, they're going to find
Yeah.
ways to circumvent whatever
Absolutely.
is in their way,
3D
right?
printing,
Is
gun
their death
gun
cell. Right. So look, we're talking about trans and being the transgender being the issue.
Oh, you know a lot about
Shooting.
that, don't you?
And
Hey, what you drinking on, bro?
I'm not. I'm not drinking. You boys are just getting boring. We just need to come on.
Oh, you want a nigga to crash out? Okay.
if the transgender are the issue,
Transition
then
is
wait,
just
hold on
that
for a
they
second.
have one less dead name than they need.
Yeah, exactly right. I got that, Joe. Look, if we're talking about the transgenders being an issue, then how come we don't see black transgenders committing shit?
Oh shit. Oh wow. Hey yo, listen? Why you rattling that cage, bro? Why you shaking that fucking tree, bro? We
Hey,
got.
I'm just saying. I've just been noticing the whole conversation. We were tiptoeing around it.
The niggas.
How come we don't see black transgenders?
For the same reason we don't see Asian bus drivers, man. I mean, look, I don't.
They don't want to be trans. They just want to be gay. They don't want to be anything other than gay. They just love their gay.
I've never seen an Asian bus driver in my life.
You know why? Because they own the bus
right, y'all. This has been real. I'm gonna get to
Yeah, it's probably late where you at, bro. It's only 9:40 over here on the West Coast, bro. It's only 9:40.
Adrian, those crickets are still out. You fine.
Right here in the background, bro. Yo, Adrian, because it sounds like you out there in the country, bro. You in the country?
Have a Diet Coke, have some
Actually, no,
caffeine.
I'm in the suburbs.
They'll be fine.
Okay.
Grab a Snickers bar.
I just have a real
Get in
nice
your
backyard.
Nissan Black Altima. Drive
What's
to
the-
Walmart. Go get a Snickers bar. Have some little sugar and caffeine. You'll be fine.
When's the last time you seen a fucking firefly, Adrian?
I see them every night in my backyard.
Amazing.
What?
I love them.
Literally.
I ain't seen a fucking firefly in years, bro.
Bro, I got fireflies, like I got hummingbirds.
Because they don't have fireflies in Thailand, Thomas.
Oh shit! Why you gotta like I go to Thailand, bro? Come on, don't disrespect me like that. Alright, it's only Indonesia, Japan, and fucking the Philippines. Alright.
Just pick one of those three countries. So.
Even got a turtle.
Korea's cool. South Korea's cool.
Yeah.
A transsexual turtle is called a turtle. It's like between the two shells and just pops out.
Damn, I can't remember the last time I've heard a fucking cricket, bro. This is crazy.
Oh my
Well,
God.
then,
You can hear them now, can't you?
Yeah, I hear him. I hear him right now. Yeah, I hear him in your background.
Special, right?
I got a pretty nice backyard, man. I put a lot of work into this.
Yeah, I'm up on the mountain though, bro. I'm under the hill, so I don't hear shit.
Oh, damn, that's
The view is nice, but you know you don't hear shit.
yeah, that's something else that I noticed too. Like when you're traveling and shit, and you go to other countries, it's like you start to notice the small things like insects that are indigenous to certain areas that you start to miss when you're in other countries because they're not there. They don't have a presence there.
Yeah, bro, a lot of these roaches are everywhere though, bro.
No roaches.
Roaches are universal. They're everywhere.
Roaches and spiders, bro.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of, who was it this week? Adrian, good to see you, man. Thanks for stopping by.
Oh, I
That
thought
was
you were
you.
about to say, speaking of roaches.
Well,
Yo, KK's on demon time right now, bro. What is going on?
the shooters of roaches.
People are fucking with me, so I'm ready.
Can't get been doing Muay Thai.
I can't do it.
Doing a lot of things, yes.
I'm been waiting for her to invite me to her wedding, so I'm just waiting on that.
I'm here. I'm just.
What are you doing, Doctor?
I'm drinking.
Wait, what you sipping on, bro? Damn, you gotta let nigga know what's on.
Yeah, I'll let you know. What I like to do is take a little bit of Texas-made vodka,
Okay.
put that in a glass with lots of ice,
Lots of
and then,
ice.
yeah, the beautiful off-syrupy taste of Red Bull with ginger ale.
It's suicide. Okay, I hear you.
Yeah. No, well, I mean, I hope not, but that is the drink right there because drinking makes me go to sleep if I drink. I'm not a big drinker.
Red
Just
Bull,
love how
alcohol, bro. Listen, niggas have gone out for less, but I hear you.
You know, you gotta walk the line if you want to get there, and that is the way to do it.
I heard
And then
that.
you can add flavored Red Bull. What I like is the white coconut one mixed with a little bit of the green sour apple one, and that's where I get it. And you know, I only had one kind of like big drink, but for whatever reason, I was listening to you guys, and I found myself kind of like falling asleep, getting into my car, not to drive,
Oh,
just to
shit.
get some stuff out of it.
What?
I was like, what the hell? I think 3 or 4 minutes have gone by. But yeah, that's where I'm at.
Bro,
That sounds like a
Blacking
white
out,
girl
right?
sorority. That sounds like a white girl sorority drink. I'm not gonna lie.
I didn't
Talk
have
about
White
like,
Claw.
like you were mixing mango with peach with
Yeah.
vodka. Yeah, it sounds like a
That's
sorority.
a name.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
sorority girls go hardcore. You sound
I
like a
put
sorority
these
girl.
sorority girls under the table.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Not tonight, whatever, biochemistry. Anyway, I still will I will present on any debate, no matter what, even very drunk. But I'm not very
Honestly, I
drunk.
think most people are fucking either drunk or on some type of fucking medication or drug when they're fucking on
At this
drugs
time.
anyway. So
Yeah.
it is what it is.
At 1 o'clock in the morning,
1,000%.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I feel a lot better.
That's a school night though. Who's drinking at 1 o'clock in the morning on school night?
I don't got kids, man.
Yeah, my husband just got back from the work.
Up in the morning.
No, my husband just got
Up here
back
in the
from the work.
Northeast.
I am literally retired, bro. I'm chill.
Yeah, my husband's back from a work trip. He's taking care of the kids in the morning.
Okay,
I
so
can
why,
drop all I want.
why are you snuggled up with him, giving him some flowers?
Oh shit. That's the question.
Because we gotta talk about trainings.
He's asleep on the couch like 5. He's asleep on the couch like 5 feet from me, but I'm outside and he's inside. Yeah, that's why.
That's love.
Yeah, that's real love right there. Real love.
That's right. You wanted to sleep on the couch? I'm chilling
We
till.
did.
That's
We just
actually,
went
so is that really what married life is like? Like, you get married and, one day the nigga's like, I'm sleeping on the couch tonight.
No, men
He's
just
not
want to sleep on the
sleeping.
couch. We want to
I mean,
doze.
there's
I
nights
spent
that
too
I
much of
just
my
want
bed
to
to sleep on the
sleep.
couch, bro.
We want to doze. We don't want to sleep. We want to
I mean,
pretend like we're not tired and then
Can I
fall
answer
asleep.
the question, Doctor?
Yeah, go ahead. 'Cause I don't want to ask me out. Go ahead.
Ask him what we're
Yeah,
gonna sleep.
yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, to be completely honest with you, after 20 some odd years that we've been together, so we've been together a long fucking time, like, we have fantastic sex, we've got a great sex life, but there's just times where, like, you just gotta fucking sleep. And nobody gives a shit where the hell you sleep. You just need to sleep, and you have to have your own space.
Okay,
So, yeah, that's absolutely what
Okay.
married life is like.
You said, let me be completely honest with you. So with being completely honest with you, tell us what they have honesty in.
When you, I don't do half honesty.
Right there. Right there. What
I either I just lay it all out there all the time. I don't even know what half honesty is.
Right there. What did you object to?
What happens?
What did I say that was atrocious?
What do you mean?
Right there. X me out, bro.
Well, can you read?
I don't know.
Read the
I guess. Okay. Oh, you guys are in a private
Oh shit, my bad.
By the way, that's cool. Fuck you for continuing to mute me. Like, fuck off. Big and shit.
What?
So that's not,
He was muting me.
that's not me. That's my shooter. So don't ever open your mouth up like that again.
Oh, I will.
That's what she said. Oh, well.
Oh,
Yeah, I'll stuff your
Oh.
mouth something.
oh. I'll do it. I'll do it. Kick me, bitch. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, you're
I could give
yeah,
two
well,
shits if you.
kick rocks, man.
Yo, dog. Since you've been married for a while now, do you just like,
Gotta send the snow bunnies to the goose sometimes.
damn, there's no privilege in this room, bro. You see, there's no privilege in here, bro. That's crazy. Well, yo, Doc, how often do you just come home and be like, I'm gonna sleep on the fucking couch as a married man?
Well, what I was trying to explain before when the woman interrupted was that I don't want to sleep on the couch. I want to pretend like I'm not that tired and doze on the couch and wake up every couple of minutes and look at the TV and say, no, honey, I'm not tired. No, I'm watching the show, and then fall asleep again and doze and fall asleep again. I don't actually want to sleep through the night on the couch. Like, that's not right. I just want to kind of sleep until I'm ready to admit to myself or my wife that, okay, I'm ready to come up to bed. It may seem strange, but the married men will understand.
Yeah, see, I'm just trying to learn, bro. So I'm just trying to learn this shit, bro. I'm trying to learn.
Yeah, I want to do this. I want to pretend like I'm not that tired and kind of doze in and out of consciousness on the couch. That's what I want to do.
They don't want to admit it. They just like to do their own thing.
Yeah, KK, this is what it is.
Absolutely. Just, it's not worth the fight. Just let the man sleep on the couch.
It's not worth the fight, but
It's not. It totally is not worth
So you ain't gonna come, it's okay. You ain't gonna come out and to the living room and be like, yo, you come in the bed?
Y'all be listening. Y'all still be cuddling, spooning.
Yeah. Sex.
Only after sex.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, okay.
Man, when you have
See what she do.
when you have a really good marriage, you have like the best sex in your life, and you really don't give a shit about spooning. Let me just be, yeah, like you really don't give a shit about spooning. That's some insecure marriage bullshit. Like if you have to spoon every night with your husband or wife, then that's some insecure marriage bullshit.
What if it is like booty though? What if it is like booty?
What I'm saying
What if
is
you ask
like, well, that's totally fine. What I'm saying is that you're totally secure in your sex life, and you don't need to spoon and like hold on to your bitch or your man like they're gonna go away. Like
Okay,
you
is it
already know.
so?
Like you know how to get it done after 20 years. You know how to get it done. Love it like it needs loved, and then get the fuck out.
Okay, wait. So the way you're talking, I'm gonna ask the question. I'm just gonna ask the question, okay?
Sure.
So when you say it's insecure, relax, okay. All right. So what you're saying that it's insecure to basically sleep in it. So you're saying spooning is insecure.
I'm saying that it's a very early relationship.
Okay.
Yeah. Like it's not that it's insecure, it's just that's how like maybe kind of you bond in the beginning. But when you get into it, like 20 years later, you're like, you're fucking hot and sweaty, get the fuck off of me, I need to goddamn sleep.
My house is at 67 every day.
No, I get it. I'm just telling you, when you're 20 years in, even if you're at 67, like it's still like you gotta let your woman have her own space, and you gotta let your man have their own space. So you know how to get it done. You know that you're confident. You don't need that shit anymore.
Yo, Doc, are you still turned on by the scent of your lady?
Absolutely. Good shit. Absolutely. The sex is never a problem. It's the best part. That's what makes it easy to be married. The annoying part is like women think that they're 1000% entitled to your every hour of labor. So if you're off from work, they think that you should be doing something that they want you to do, like building shit or remodeling.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Just hire somebody, bro. That's all you gotta do. Just hire a nigga to take care of it, so the house is always taken care of, so she can't tell you what the fuck to do.
Yeah, I'm learning that. You know, I make more money now, so I hired my first real group of people, like a real crew, about a week and a half ago to do some updates on the house, because I always did it myself before.
Yeah, my mom.
Yeah, but you gotta remember that your wife wants to have sex with you more whenever you do it.
What?
Yeah, that's sure.
It's so true, 100%. Like, there's part of it, it's like, thank you for doing this for me, honey. Now I really want to.
I can take out the garbage.
It's true. No,
You gotta build.
that's not
You gotta make
sexy. Yeah.
Whether it's putting together a garage from HomeDepot.com or whether it's building an extension on the house,
Yeah,
depending on your level of skill.
I got a couple skills. That's not one of them. Putting in the fucking garage is not one of them.
Yeah, but you know what? There's always YouTube University, so there's hope for you.
You're probably right about that. Niggas, listen, I know niggas that have fixed their own cars on YouTube University, bro. So.
Absolutely. I took my entire engine apart and put it back together again with new parts during COVID. Strictly on YouTube.
I bought a generator in Ohio and drove it down to Florida, and the motherfucker wouldn't start. And yes. So like, it's super sexy whenever my husband steps in to help, but I actually fucking fixed the generator. There was a strike plate that was off. I know, right? I fucking fixed it. And don't tell me that that's not sexy, because it is.
That might be sexy, exactly. But I don't think it's sexy for a girl to change a tire, bro. That shit turns me off.
I hate changing tires. But if I had to do it, I would do it. But if you were standing there and I did it, then we would definitely never.
Yo, how would you feel if you was with a nigga and y'all had a flat and this nigga called somebody else to fix your shit?
It's a little different, Adrian, because I'm a very handy individual. So and I've always been like that. So my wife, she never even considered, like, if one of her friends is having a giant problem with their house, like the heating system is blowing up and the garage needs to be rebuilt and the foundation is falling apart and caving in on itself, my wife would be like, oh, Ricky will fix that. No problem. Like, she has no clue, and it's cute that she has that confidence, but also in the same way, it's like I'm sweating on a Saturday and Sunday putting somebody's house back together again when I really would just like to be enjoying my kids and relaxing. But
And also that might be a little bit too much to be asking, because that's a lot of different,
a lot of different stuff.
a lot of different stuff.
But why do women think, like, I never sit back on a Saturday and be like, oh, what is my wife doing today? And if she's not doing anything, like, why not? Like, she should be doing this, and then, like,
the wives do that, though. The wives do that.
So their man's labor, money, everything. Money, labor, it's like this strange fucking disease that you all have.
That's a servitude. You just get yourself to servitude. That's the responsibility when you're married. You're a servant. She serves you, cheers you on. That's the whole part of it.
I saw that shit with my
Not their responsibility.
If there's a problem, you're Mr. Fixer. And her job is to cheer you on. That's it. So anytime
Like a good deal.
anytime a problem would come from somebody else, she's about Mr. Fixer. Emotional problems, Mr. Fixer. House problems, Mr. Fixer. Money problems, Mr. Fixer. That's a really good thing.
Are you about to sell something to me for $19.90?
Sounds like it.
Yeah, moms used to, like, on Saturdays, I remember we would get up and moms would have pops, go out and work in the fields like he's a slave, you know what I'm saying, in the hot sun and so forth. And I would sit back and watch that shit, and I said, man, I do not want to have to ever deal with that shit. But anyways, he did it like a champ, he would go out there to handle his business. He would go in there and take care of whatever needs to be taken care of. Like, for example, when the fucking, what was it, the plumbing was fucked up in the bathroom, he went and fixed that shit, you know what I'm saying? So, I mean, he did his thing. I'm just, I have a different set of skills, that's all.
You made the right choice not getting married.
The money, the thing is that like if your wife comes to you and she's like, I need this fixed, and you're like, here's the checkbook, and I'm not gonna ask any questions,
What's specs?
then that's fine too.
What's
Fixed. I said fixed. Okay.
Look at you.
So yeah, I don't think he's lucky that he's not married. Like, marriage is like the most greatest thing in the world.
Wait, I thought Thomas said he just got married.
I didn't say no shit like that. Bella, I didn't say no shit like that.
What way?
I got my people.
I'm trying to ask, I'm just asking questions, that's
He's
all.
not married. He does not want to make his freaking Tesla into a white mobile.
Look, I'm just trying to look. I know that time will come at some point. I'm just trying to get pointers from the individuals that are, so I can know what to expect. Okay, so trying to get some
Let me give you one more.
Marry your best friend.
That time, no, that's a terrible idea.
That
That time will come
What do you mean that's
where you do get married, and the only reason it will happen is because you love this woman so much that you're willing to destroy your entire life to be with her. And I pray that does happen to you. It happened to me. And my wife is one of the greatest women I know. She is the least crazy woman that I know.
Best friend.
See, listen,
She's not my best friend. My best friend, I would never be best friends with a fucking crazy person like her. I would never.
What the fuck?
Yeah, she is a woman that I love and that I can't be without and that I enjoy the company with sometimes when she's not being too much of a woman. And also she's a fantastic mother. person, and she's the least annoying woman I know. But that doesn't mean that I would ever be best friends with her. I would never be best friends with her. I would get someone much more easy to be with.
Look, I have a problem anyways because I have a propensity for like looking for women that are one food stamp away from destruction. I love sitting as clerks, bro. I love going to fucking.
I'll pay for those.
I love going to Popeyes and hollering at the chick in the fucking drive-thru, bro.
Let me get those fries. You look like you
Those
need
are
some help.
not Marion kind.
What you mean?
I don't think the bachelor lifestyle is like, I feel like it's like passport pro or bachelor lifestyle is not it. And I'm telling you, God that had money, that had a few women, God was broke and still had women, and that shit is just like you get to a certain place of like loving yourself. Like honestly, hopping woman, it just shows that you don't love yourself and you don't really have protection for this one. It just gets very like deep down, this shit just gets empty out.
Yeah, but even if you're a dark,
Bro, what happened?
well, that's a good point, Thomas.
Basically, when I was broke, like at 21, I just like stayed with my shit, got my apartment, got my house, working full time, but I lost everything, like my apartment, my car, and I had to get back on my feet. And basically, when I was younger, well, it's probably still probably something that you got, but it was just me having fun, me going, but I was still talking to one girl seriously, and I met her after high school, and I wanted that to go forever, but that shit didn't work out. And then I started to, his B was girls from the club, to be honest, and I was like, yeah, this shit is empty.
Yeah, that's terrible.
You know what happened? You know what happened to my high school sweetheart? She's pregnant, single. She's a single mother of 3, and she's in a psychiatric ward. Unfortunately, I don't know what happened to her.
That's half the clubhouse, Thomas.
Yeah, she crashed out heavy, bro. She crashed out heavy. Listen, I was crazy about that girl, bro.
Established there were no psychiatric wards left. How the hell did she do that?
Yeah, she's in whatever the mental wing of the hospital is. That's what that bitch is.
Yeah.
So she. Listen, let me tell you something. I was so crazy about this girl. I remember the first time I laid eyes on her, I was in art class, bro. And I'm hanging out with Ruben and the rest of the clique. And she walks through the door. I swear to God, everything fucking freezes. And she's walking in this bitch, her hair's flowing and shit like that. And I am fucking mesmerized. And I knew that day that bitch was gonna be my wife. I was horribly mistaken. Horribly.
Well, that's the way it should ever happen now.
I mean, you were
Staying
16.
without her.
You were 16.
Yeah, but you don't
That doesn't mean
understand.
I didn't love her, bro. That don't mean I didn't love her, bro.
What a man, see, even at 12, I look back at
I would have threw my life away for her, bro. I ain't gonna hold you.
Absolutely. I look back at my girlfriends over my whole life, and I actually look back a few years ago with my brother, and we were just like talking about our ex-girlfriends and this and that. And I look back at their pictures, they all look exactly the same. They all look like my wife, except my wife is just the best out of all of them. My wife is fucking gorgeous, and I don't deserve her physically. But they all look exactly the same. The same feet, white girl lips look feet, white girl lips, the same hair, the same body, the same beautiful face over all else. Like they all look exactly the same. The same fake blonde hair. It switches to brown hair sometimes during the year. It switches to blonde hair. They're like the same person. And so, man, whenever, like what he's talking about, Adrian, that first girl set the tone for the rest of every girl he would ever idolize in his life.
Look, I ain't gonna hold you. Listen. Yeah, no, for example, when this happened, when a girl say, oh my God, who hurt you? That bitch. She hurt me with this that he made in her fucking life, bro.
It was
She hurt me, bro.
I would say like for the most part of it, like yeah, I don't think like that kind of, especially if you're like you're one of those guys that like went through or like had like super rough childhood, and then when you only found your only enjoyment in that, like it's
You found that completely empty, right?
Well, it depends on what you're doing. It depends on what you're doing, bro. If you're dating these girls, like for example, you mentioned like if you're getting with these women just to fuck them for the sake of soiling your royal oats, you know what I'm saying? I understand that. But if you're out here, vetting chicks to try to find wifey, someone that's worthy of moving into your castle, you know what I'm saying? Then no, it's a little bit different. You gotta run the vet process and see how it goes. You just can't jump out the
Be
window.
hooting and hollering at fucking Taco Bell at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Look, listen,
One of them is gonna be your wife.
I'm trying to tell. Listen, you can't listen. Those are diamonds in the rough. I'm telling you right now. Some of them need to be saved, bro. I'm trying to tell.
No. You cannot do
Listen,
any of that.
when you let me tell you this, fella. When you get your
I've tried to save some of my friends, and it never works out.
When you get you a busted bitch from Winn-Dixie, they ain't never been nowhere, bro. I'm trying to tell you. You can show them something, bro. They ain't never been to Dubai. They ain't never been to no fucking nice restaurants. So they're super excited to do some shit like that. That's all I'm saying. I like hearing this experience.
Okay, alright, that's fine. That's gonna get boring. That's gonna get really boring really fast.
I mean,
Because the question is, do you want them to raise your son?
that's a good point.
Yes. Do you want them to raise your son? And that's the
That's
only
important. But listen, if they work in these type of circumstances, I understand that they understand how to raise a child in a really lacking situation, for lack of better words. So I believe, because listen, I ain't gonna hold you. I'm just gonna be honest with you. A lot of these girls of the upper echelons, they don't. First of all, they don't give a fuck about kids. Number one. Number two, they wouldn't know what to do if we had one. Like girls from like really high status women. They, again, from my experience, just me and my experience. I'm not talking about all of them. Just some of my experience. They do not know how to raise no fucking kids. They can't even take care of their goddamn self. Again, the girls that like work at CVS, the fucking cashiers and shit. I know they've been in the trenches. I know they know how to do a lot with a little. I know that they're willing to do what it takes to be a good mother. So that's why when I'm looking for girls, especially right now, I'm looking for busted bitches. They got bus passes.
I actually think that this is a very good point that you had there. Like, I do think that the majority of women who can truly raise a child and deal with family life and who aren't going to cheat on you, like, yeah, they are. I hear what you're saying, and I respect that. I respect where you're going there. However, it's not the Taco Bell chicken at 3 o'clock in the morning just coming out the club. And
I'm a sucker for the ponytail.
And the high class bitches.
The high pony?
The high pony.
Absolutely.
I'm a big sucker for the high ponytail.
The fake lashes and the fake tits and the girls who are out there fucking with
They annoy me.
tables.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Especially when they fuck with their lips.
Titties. Yeah. Getting Botox in
I
their
can
lips.
take the fake tits. Yeah, the eyelashes.
I can't do. Listen, I'm an
lips.
ass man. I love a nice booty, but I don't like these chicks with the BBLs because.
Wait, what's a BBL?
Breast, boobs, and lips. Butt, boobs, and lips. It's plastic surgery.
BBL chicks. Okay.
Yeah. Girls with no prosthetics.
KK, I'm sorry I offended you. No, I just can't believe you didn't know what a BBL is.
Yeah, it's fake tits, fake boobs. I mean, fake tits, fake butt, and fake lips. But I don't like it.
Who's a fake butt?
All these chicks. What you mean? You've been to Miami?
God.
Every last one of these chicks. Every last one of them. It's crazy.
That's wild to me.
Listen, these girls are not built like this in real life. I'm telling you. That's why I'm not attracted to that shit. I do not like a girl that looks like an ant from A Bug's Life. I don't like that. It's not attractive to me. Okay, you look deformed. It looks deformed. Your legs are too small. The shit is weird, bro. The shit is weird. And then it starts looking crazy as you age. Like, I don't like it.
I think that's unfair. You're just looking for a normal chick.
Yeah, but you don't understand how
same process of our communication. It hasn't changed. We work on it much. If a female tells me to go work on something, I won't just be like, fuck you talking about, whatever. I'll think about it, and I'll say, you know what? I'll take you apart. I'll go work on it. Then we get back to the same situation. She doesn't work on what she needs to work on, and then it'd be like, damn, I had sex with a girl. I fixed her car. Make sure you know, because I believe like as a man, like if that's a lady versus
Bro,
your
you
sharp
sound like you want a porta potty, I swear to
versus no.
But he's right. I'm about to teach him something.
He's definitely hiding in the bathroom. Can we just all agree to that?
Unity. I'm going to tell you what your problem is.
fucking porta potty.
Definitely a
problem?
bathroom of some sort.
Your first problem, basically your main problem, is that you didn't get the tutelage to help you navigate these troubled waters. Women are not capable of accountability. That's where you made your first mistake. They're not capable of accountability, and therefore you're expecting them to do something that is foreign to them. They're not going to change and work on themselves. They have no idea what that would even entail. And I'm not saying this, sorry, women in the room, but you understand that this is correct. Women aren't capable of accountability the same way that men are, because they've never had to be accountable.
Oh,
They
this
took me
is
to their children.
like, I mean, I was gonna say,
That
Ricky,
is
you're
kind of
making
true.
some really big fucking statements here, and I completely
Think about it.
disagree.
Think about it.
How are women not accountable? Tell me how they're not accountable.
Chloe, what are we doing? It's late, bro. What are we doing?
Like, I want to hear, Ricky. Please tell me how women are not accountable.
Okay.
And by the way, why the fuck are replays on in this? Like,
Oh, this is crazy.
why
It's
the
KK's
fuck are you
fault, bro.
recording? Why the fuck are you recording this room? You're like a sadistic bastard for doing that. I just want to point that.
Matt.
She needs to learn not to run her mouth. By the way, the replays are always on now, just to let you know. So
Replays are on. Okay.
They're always on, so quiet. So.
I love it. So, how are women
Where are we
not
on the
accountable?
conversation anyways? Where are we?
Bro, it's all over the place, bro. Like bird
So
shit.
women are accountable when the fucking kids want a snack at 3 p.m. and we're telling them, no, you can't have a fucking snack. You gotta wait for dinner. We were accountable for the fucking men when they're like, where's my dinner, woman? We're accountable for that shit.
I don't smell no grits.
Accountable for like, hello, you gotta take the kids to church. Where's their clothes? Gotta get them dressed. Kind of keep it going. And oh, by the way, you're in charge of carpool. Hello. And oh, by the way, can you also work overtime so we can get some extra pocket money? What are you talking about? Women aren't accountable.
Look, man, listen, I ain't driving no goddamn minivan, bro. That's not happening.
I don't do minivan either. No.
Have you seen the new, there's a Kia minivan that's pretty amazing.
Oh, word is fire.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Liddy, bro.
It's Liddy times 2, yeah. I ended up getting the...
Yo, bring Bella back up, bro.
Did Bella get moved down?
Yeah, bro.
It's wild. Women are accountable, KK, for the things that you said. And when I say they're not accountable, I'm just simply highlighting the difference between men and women. I'm not saying that women are less than or anything like that, because they have different skills and different qualities. But women and accountability are foreign to each other. So a woman goes ahead and gets drunk at a club or a bar or even a restaurant, right? She gets pissed drunk and she starts running her mouth, talking shit, falling all over the place. What happens? They say, come here, sweetie, and they gently have a couple of chivalrous men remove her and then drive her home. A man does that. He gets the shit kicked out of him and possibly arrested. The level of accountability is not anywhere near equal. A man, let's say, is accountable for his actions, meaning what he says he has to back up, or else there's physical repercussions. A woman, what she says is just respect, I don't expect women to be as accountable as men for their actions and their words and what they have to do, their job. Because, like you said, women way of taking care of the children, taking care of the relationship if you don't have children. They have their own skills, but accountability. This is why I want to take away women's right to vote because they have lots of other skills, and voting just shouldn't be one of them. Even and I don't mean you vote excellent, but for the if you truly were cared about the truth and cared about this country, you would give away your right. Can't trust with it a lot.
You know, that juice got doctored with
And
good.
we say an amen. I'm not
It's the juice, bro.
Can I get an amen here?
Amen, bro. Amen. God damn.
Yeah. Well, my wife is down. She would give up her right to vote. She told me already.
But you don't care about voting anyways, right, KK?
You're acting really fucking mean tonight.
What? That's crazy. That's crazy.
Oh, Lord.
But could you put yourself to the side enough, KK, to give away your right to vote to make sure that the women that you share gender with don't get to vote Democrats in for another 50 years to destroy this country?
Excuse me, I'm the leader of my family, so I need to
Oh,
vote.
God. This is terrible. This is a point. Exhibit A. Even one of the good ones, even one of the traditional ones, she can't even do it.
What do you expect? I have to lead my family. I'm the only provider for my family.
Wait a minute. I thought you was about to get married, KK. Thought you found the one.
I've been with him for years. There's nothing wrong with that.
Oh, so he proposed?
Deal with it.
Excuse me?
He said, why can't you let him be the leader of the home, the provider?
He is a leader when he's inside my home.
Oh, okay.
The fact that you have your home is a problem in itself. This is doomed to fail. Oh,
That's
no.
that's a monetary thing.
I know, but that's a problem. Like, I'm not saying in your relationship, but I'm just saying women having choices and all these ways that they can get out of being accountable to their family relationship
here we go.
is a problem.
Choices of
You're not meant to have these choices. It's God made it this way. It's not me saying this. God made this way. All right? He gave you a certain set of skills.
Make it this way.
Like choices, right? Like,
Men can't multitask. Hello? Women
That's
can
true.
multitask 15 things at a time. You can only make one choice at a time. Women can make 10 choices at a time.
Usually their
choices, and then we write down the list of what your choices are going to be on fucking Saturday. And you want to have ass later on in the week, then you're going to have another list of.
Wait, you're holding it hostage? That's crazy.
Well, I mean, the only choice that men think of is how can I get my dick into something. That is the only
But why? Wait, hold up, back up. Why are y'all?
Really?
Why are y'all trying to hold?
Okay, you're the one
dick
who's
hostage?
divorced, not me, baby. So
Whoa,
let's be completely honest.
Let's relax, ladies. Let's relax. Y'all jumping out the window. Let's get out of this. Hey,
Oh yes,
Jesus
raise your
Christ.
voice. Yes, go.
Okay, wait. Hold on. Let's not do this, guys.
Yeah, you do that, KK. Keep on going. No liar.
she's not
You gotta go
divorced,
work
she's a
out.
widow.
Yeah, she's not. Yeah.
Okay.
Whoa.
Why the fuck would I sit on your
Fucked up,
face?
Alex.
Okay. Hold on.
There you go. Calling me fucking divorced.
Bella.
Exactly. She's out.
Dumb, stupid bitch. I had to go upstairs. So keep her husband out your fucking
or did she run?
No, she ran.
Oh, okay.
But she got dropped.
Okay.
She should go stick her husband's dick in her mouth versus Matt's and every other dude's on this app.
Oh shit.
Gee.
Yeah, you handled that with grace, KK, because I thought you were gonna crash out.
The hope for me, greatest hope for me is that one day I just hope that I don't get rich before I get married. Because if I get millions.
Wait, back up, bro. I didn't hear. I kept breaking up.
Porta potty. We still can't.
Bro, yeah. What did you say, bro? Bro, he be listening. He be trying to say that shit with his chest up. What is clear? All right, say it again. What you were saying?
I said I just basically hope that I get married like while like middle class, because if I get like rich and millions of dollars, I'm not doing this.
Bro, I thought you said you were married already, bro. Am I tripping?
No.
Oh, okay.
He's been in the
I
club
said marriage
experiencing
was the
emptiness.
greatest thing, was one of the greatest values you could ever do. Like finding like ride or die that's willing to be broke.
Okay, yeah. Damn, okay, yeah.
Very
Let's talk about it, bro. Let's talk about unity. So what's going on, man, bro? So, like, why, if you don't mind me asking, bro, why are you still single? What's going on?
He said, doctor, do you not hear what doctor said? He was like, talking about holding women accountable.
No, I just want to know. I'm just kind of curious about, like, you know, like, why are you still single? Just curious, bro.
I would say I kind of went on a different journey, a different path. After I got in my relationship for 5 years, realized that, and I got into another relationship, and it was for a year, and like I realized, like, because I used to think I couldn't commit to a woman, and it's not that I can't commit, it's not that I don't want to commit. It's like I'll do all the boyfriend shit. If your brakes are broken, I'll either pay for it to get it fixed, or I'll fix it myself. I'll listen. I'll set up goals with you. Cause like I'm the type of person to get shit together, and shit done first. Cause I don't like shit. I got OCD, so I don't like shit being out of order. And I realized I was like, I used to be very afraid. I'm just like, no, it's just certain people. And so when I realized that, and then I got into basically just loving myself more when I separated from a toxic ass family. And I got by myself. I'm like, damn, I'm fucked up. I need to really evaluate my emotions, morals, and shit. So I started evaluating that. I started incorporating that in my relationships. And I just left a relationship now due to she said that she loved me, but her listening skills, her communication, like if I would, like, the shit that she would do for me was so small, and it was like so small when she would like bring it up, like what she done for me, and I'll be like, you've done really nothing for me, so yeah, I gotta leave this alone. But it started off good.
So let me ask you a follow, if I may. So out of the 3 relationships that you said, were the women the problem, or do you think that you were the problem because you weren't in the position that you wanted to be?
I think it has. I don't know. Cause I've always been a man of like my word. I've always been helping. I think it is that I grow like really fast, and that's what I think it is. I think that like I grow differently and start moving, and then once I really feel something, because like I know I will sacrifice, but I realize it's very unhealthy to pour into people that you're not fully feel yourself. So that's what would happen. So like I would start pouring into people, and I know I'm not fully filled myself, and then they'll get mad, they'll get vengeful, because there's certain things I will not tolerate. Those things, when they go to touch that line, I just be like I'm good, because I've learned that staying in a relationship with someone that's not really good or healthy for you or mindless you only hurts you in the end. If you go back to it, because I was a guy that went back to a relationship because I was lonely and it was that person, even though shit was going on. But I'm just like, never again.
Never recycle. Don't recycle. Only recycle you can, not you.
So let me ask you a question, yo. Unity, do you celebrate Valentine's Day for your women?
Yeah, I would, yeah.
Okay.
That's just pretty much it. Just normal guy shit. Just I feel like I don't know. Like I feel like when dudes really start loving themselves, and I was struggling with porn addictions too. I cut that shit off as
men do, bro. It's just you, man. A lot of men are slaves to that shit.
I had to cut that shit off. I'm like, man, it just to me after because I started thinking about it. I'm like, man, this is cock behavior. This is cuck behavior. I can't keep doing this shit. Like,
I was having a conversation with a guy in a room where they were talking about this, and I said, I mean, I haven't looked at the studies or anything like that, but I have a nagging suspicion. This is why, like, a lot of niggas, like, have, like, fucking erectile dysfunction at 18 years old, because, like the porn addiction is fucking up their shit, right? So, you know, and this might be why, like, niggas are out here, like, having babies and things like that, because you know, they say, well, I don't want to wear a condom or condoms don't feel good or I'm allergic to the shit. Like, no, nigga, the reality is you can't stay hard long enough to get the shit on. So that's probably what the issue is. But so again, I think a lot of it, I think porn is like unfortunately causing a lot of issues within our society. You know, I mean, I'm all for you, look, freedom of expression. You want to do what you want to do, man. But like, I feel like it's too accessible to most people, bro. It's too accessible to most people.
I don't think the problem is porn itself. I think it's just how men look at relationships. Like people are so lonely. Like men are so lonely. Like they're just given to depravity. Like they are actually like what when you realize like why you're thirsty as a man or like what is the stuff that I wanted besides carnal. Like it is sexual intimacy is a great thing. But there's when you learn other intimacies outside of sex and you actually start to incorporate that shit in your life, like you look at most feet, that shit's ugly as hell. And it's not to say like
wait, most what? I'm sorry, most feet.
Most men's feet is ugly as hell.
Most men's feet is ugly as hell.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. Let me see where you're going. Sorry. Go ahead. Let you finish.
I'm just saying when you find other forms of intimacy, especially the intimacy with yourself, like actually taking care of yourself, like making sure you don't gotta have the most beautiful feet in the world. You're a man. Ain't nobody looking at that. But making sure you're taking care of yourself in every aspect is another form of doing it. But I feel like when men start to take care of themselves, they go extreme. Like they start doing like this jaw shit, going to the gym every fucking day, and it's like, chill, bro. It's like chill, and then it's like it becomes everything in my life has to be perfect. If this is not what it is, then I'm failing. It's like, nah, you gotta pat yourself along. You gotta realize you're coming from a lot of shit. You're becoming better, not the other way around. But I feel that porn damages because it just creates more loneliness, creates more desperation. That's how I feel. I feel like you're gonna be more alone.
Gotcha. Just a question, if I may. Where does niggas' feet coming out? I was trying to follow you, bro. I was trying to figure out like where do niggas' feet coming at?
Basically, I didn't take care of my feet a long time ago. I had foot fungus. I didn't even know that I had it. And athlete's foot, I didn't even know that I had it. I'll take care of myself. I realized that a lot of men don't. A lot of men don't take care of their feet.
Would I be able to ask a question?
Go ahead, bro.
Alright, I know this is to the Muslims, all due respect. I'm not saying Islam is wrong, but if you found out Islam was wrong, would you apologize to the Christians?
I mean, I'm not a Muslim, my guy.
I'm not saying you, brother. I know you sound too smart to be one.
Oh, shit, okay. Are there any Muslims on the stage, bro? I don't think there's any Muslims on the stage, bro.
Oh, good deal.
Go ahead, Thomas. What was the topic? Because I was very interested in the topic.
Oh, this is, bro, the topic has, it's been hours, bro. The topic has, we already talked about trans terrorism, bro. We had a very fruitful conversation about that, and then we started talking about all type of shit. Alcoholism, fucking repealing the 19th, fucking defining what a good marriage is. Like, we've been all over the place.
A lot of people try to separate gender roles from social norms and biology. What do you think that when people try to separate it from the biology also something we produce more than women do naturally. When you talk about social norms of being a man, that's a when you get like the social norm is that a man should protect something, that he should provide something, that he should have provision, that he should be like the long-term leader. And that's the social norm of being a man. But it's also about how men should react towards stuff, like when they're emotional. Like that's a culture in itself. So what do you like? What do you think about those things when they talk about men and women? Because I think that from that standpoint, like some men would say hitting a woman is a masculine thing, but I would say it depends on the situation, depends on the context. That's what I would say. But I would say majority of the time, I don't think it's a masculine thing.
Okay, so if I may, I'm trying to follow you here. You're asking me about the masculine imperative, I guess, to some degree, maybe some aspects of traditional values.
Yes,
And, you know, punching the chicken out.
Yep, the epistemology of masculinity. What do you think it is?
I think the masculine imperative is being able to handle business. So what I mean by that, things that, in order for society to be able to function in the way that it needs to function, you need men to get out there and do what needs to be done to keep the foundation in order. Because without us being the ones that keep the foundation in order, all this shit will collapse. When it comes to the aspect of trying to provision and provide, I think that's also a masculine imperative as well, because if you're going to look for someone that's going to be able to harbor your potential seed, and that individual also be, you know, the queen of your manor, then, or your castle, if you will, then you need to make sure that you are a man that is capable of being able to efficiently do those things. A man doesn't make excuses. A man takes accountability. A man leads. I don't think that. I mean, I guess I get what you're trying to say about, you know, you talking about like uppercutting the chick or some shit like that. Like, men shouldn't necessarily have to engage with women physically unless their life is in danger. Like, if she's coming at you with a weapon, and you're trying to defend yourself, I understand that. If you're upset with her because she's annoying you, and you want to fucking, like, you know, uppercut her or some shit like that, you know, you gotta relax. So, and again, a lot of that is feminine energy. You know, again, it's not even just punching women out. It's just wanting to fight in general. Like when niggas like be fucking crashing out and spazzing out over shit just for the sake of spazzing out and crashing out over shit. I think that's feminine. I think men are stoic. I think men, the naturally masculine imperative, teach men how to be able to relegate their emotions and not allow themselves to constantly be riled up by bullshit.
Yeah, I think that's a beautiful statement. I also think definitely when I really started like looking at like what does it mean to be like a man for me, it's um, actually being 100% control of myself, desires, like mastering like my body. I haven't reached my pinnacle of strength, but I'm going to. Um, Another thing it is just strategic on how I move, how I provide, and basically being able to die for my ideas. You know what I'm saying? Like being able to stand on my ideas 10 toes without ever having to um, overreact or be worried. Like I want that 100% confidence where no matter what situation you can put me in, I'll still come out alive. Even if I die, I still die in glory. So I feel like definitely. I do think like some things with feminine. Like I was like thinking about when I mentioned the statement of like watching porn and how that's a form of cucking. You're just not sitting there. Like you're literally watching another man fuck another woman. And like,
That's all fact.
is that cool to do, or you just down bad? I think that's why like men get this like this down bad. Like all men do be like get this sort of like man, I'm sick as hell. I need to go do something. And then it was just like it graduated from stop like I think my as I'm starting to get older, my thinking is just starting to develop more about even the smallest shit I do. I
to remind everyone that this tragedy occurred in a state with a Democrat governor that literally said he's friends with school shooters. This is the state of the modern day Democrat Party. That's all I got.
Straightforward. Thank you, Joe.
And honestly, to push back off of it, I don't feel that if you alter any chemical in your body, you alter your testosterone or estrogen, you cut off parts. Like it goes against biology, it goes against psychology, it goes against social norms. Like that shit is super destructive. Like I don't find there's no good idea where somebody and it also has gotten plenty trans people. It's like it's gotten plenty men killed because you're a man at the end of the day. You're not even trans. They say call you trans is retarded because there's no such thing as more than three genders. You either are a man or woman or hermaphrodite. You have both sexes, and that's even in the animal kingdom. So I don't know where people getting this, like especially when people say they're like non-binary. Like, what the fuck? Like that shit is confusing as hell. Like how are you non-binary? How are you not a gender? How are you not a gender?
So true. Very true, Unity. Good points on that. Very good point. Yeah, very good points tonight from everybody. It is what, actually, I didn't want to just do a quick room, but it's turned into like a 3 or 4 hour interesting discussion for sure. But I am going to wrap it up for tonight. But I will return for sure tomorrow. And it's been good, guys. I appreciate everybody down the goo. And yeah, for sure, Hulky, good seeing you too. And we will be talking soon. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, brother. Have a good night.
Bye.
like me.
Then it will be racist. And so the news report basically is agreeing with me that we don't want to talk about how African these drivers are because if we acknowledge their Africanitude, then we're racist. So thank you, I'm complete for now.
No. I agree. I mean, this is the thing is that what I think like one of the small fears for me too is that word is losing all of its meaning currently because I actually think that there's an actual no. I mean like racism. Like I think
that's a good word.
I mean Africanitude is actually a great word. Yeah, I think it's fucking awesome. But no. But I mean this is the thing is that the word racist is like essentially lost its meaning. Because there are actual like fucking Nazis and white supremacists out there. They're a smaller group now, but essentially like they're targeting everybody with common sense as like racist now, and I'm just like, this is so fucking stupid. It's like we clearly have a problem in the UK. We have a major problem. It's not racist to say that because it's in front of our fucking eyes. You know, and that's essentially what the British people are waking up to. That's why we have so many protests going on. Literally, I think something like over 1 million English flags have like gone up over England in the past like week in a bit, and they're just hanging them like on everywhere they can. They're painting roundabouts, the English flag on roundabouts. They're done, you know. And yeah, I don't blame them. Like they're fucking done. It's crazy how at the end of the line this country has gotten. And I'm just like watching in front of me. I'm just like, I just gotta get the fuck out of here and go to like a sane country. Because they're literally insane.
So maybe not to the whole violence thing, like that is what you were experiencing. I decided to come back because I just have to kind of make a statement that it is interesting that the UK is experiencing this, and also a lot more people are becoming vocal. I'm very happy for that they're becoming more vocal. It is interesting though that this kind of stuff has been happening for a really long time. Maybe not like the grooming, whatever things, but
Well, the grooming gang's been going on for 30 years now.
yeah.
It's like since it's been
Yeah, and the same thing is kind of just the violence against females, the everyday behavior. I mean, you've seen it on Clubhouse. It's hard to have for women to even have a voice and not get interrupted, not to get. It's just I have to fight in order to be heard, and I just won't anymore. And depending on the audience, depending on the what do you call the subject. If it's something that's very important to me, most of the time, even if it isn't important, and something that's very important to me, it's not. People won't listen anyways. You have to know your audience. You have to know like, I know what I think. I know what I feel. Does anybody else care? Does anybody else want to hear it? And when I know that they don't, then I won't. It's as simple as that, because it doesn't matter. And there's a time for stating and for speaking, and there's a time for listening. And most of the time, people here at Clubhouse, and it is what it is. It's not a complaint, because I'm here, obviously, so, and not necessarily not in this room either. But most of it is people wanting to fight, to get a rise, to get that dopamine, and also to fight to get heard. And luckily, there's more rooms now, finally, of people speaking some very important things and finally listening to each other, and that's really good. And there's a whole lot of other ones that are fighting in that nonsense, people like that, because everybody it seems that a lot of people really love the Jerry Springer stuff. So that's always going to exist. But that I'm gonna go ahead and say we, because almost every woman I talk to, they just get tired of having to fight so hard to talk, just to talk and to share their perspectives, and it's valuable, and it's getting lost. So, the fact that there's others who will support them, and I'm not saying like support without reason, like absolutely criticize, absolutely question, things like that. But to just outwardly shut people down just because you don't like it, that happens on the daily. Thanks for letting me know.
Really quickly, just wanted to say good morning to Hakeem.
Hi, Hakima. How are you?
Good morning, man. Hey, sure, good morning, man. I'm pretty good. How you guys doing this morning?
Doing pretty good. Happy Friday Eve, y'all.
Happy Friday Eve is crazy.
I have to play these head games with myself in anticipation of the weekend.
Yeah, everybody here, I hope you heard that. I hope you heard that. Just thank you, everybody. Just thank you for supporting the women and everybody, and the fellow men who are willing to listen. Just thank you.
I mean, Christian, I'll be honest, I go into other rooms and, I'll be obnoxious as fuck and like talk over people and stuff like that, but I mean, I highly respect the moderators in the room and, I know how to act and, behave when I'm in a room where like this kind of stuff really matters, so I think that's kind of it,
I mean, I'm here to learn some, but more than anything, to be honest with you, and I learned a shit ton in this conversation. I had no clue. I mean, I heard random things. I didn't know really what they meant. I never really looked into them, and you just explained a lot to me. I thought it was super helpful.
George, I sent you an invite. I see your hand raised. Good morning.
Good morning. I didn't realize I raised my hand.
No worries.
Yo, AI though. She's GPT-5. It takes you places. It's a good teacher and a good learner. I'm just waking up.
Sorry, Darren, Hakima.
Pretty good. How about you, Christian?
I'm good. Or Devin, or my friend, if you guys have anything to share.
Serendipity. Do you realize that that interaction with Jarl this morning is the most contentious interaction that this room has had in like a week? This says a lot about this room because that wasn't very bad, and that's literally the worst that we've had. It's not crazy. This room is super chill.
That could be a good or a bad thing, Mike. We gotta give the people what they want to see.
That's true. Depends if you're going for audience size or,
Charles, in spite of Charles' extremely critical opinions of me when I have never been anything but hospitable to him, Charles is
herself out there and stating such a thing. But I want to push back on that, so to speak, because I definitely hear white people supporting idiotic ideas. So I just wanted to add that.
Well, thank you, Devin. I'm not sure what you were referring to, but when I said brown-faced people, I was specifically referring to the groomer gangs in the UK. As far as I know, according to the media, these are white folks harboring these young girls, and I'm not saying that white men or white people aren't, and we don't have our criminals in the sex trafficking and rape area. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying the UK and the UK media has specifically noted that the groomer gangs are these immigrants, and these immigrants are just so happen to be brown-faced folks from, Muslim countries and African countries. But I think the groomer gangs specifically are these kind of Arab Muslim types.
I guess it's just the last person one interacted with, which leaves an impression. I hear white people recently say pretty, it's basically leftists that I find supportive of these things. I mean, most of the population must have elected these people to government, and many of them, most of them, I don't know what the population breakdown is in Great Britain, but a substantial portion of white people voted people into office who tolerate these crimes.
I think the African American leftists for decades, as far as I understand, by huge margins.
But nobody here is that stupid to fucking, hey, let's start bring this up. It's like a cultural issue. This is not a debate. It's not about race. It's not about the color of the skin. It's about what kind of culture are you accepting in your fucking country. And it's disgusting that we're not saying, hey, let's prosecute these people. The UK signed into a stupid treaty in the 1960s that prevents them from being able to deport any of these people. So that's part of the bigger problem. That Germany and all these other countries fucked around and found out because they were colonists and imperialists. It's like, hey, you fucked around. Now people are saying, hey, you have to really have a sense of responsibility. You have to give back to those societies, help those people. Well, you keep bringing in the wrong kind of people. You're not really doing background checks. You're not really doing any of these things. And it's just because you feel guilty. You should be responsible not only to people that you've displaced around the world, but to the people that you have a responsibility to in your own country. And it's a shame because 2 years ago I wanted to work in fucking England, but this kind of shit just kept coming up, and I was like, okay, this is not really the kind of place. And it's like a bank wanted to pay £400,000 for us to go work there, and it's like, no, I'd rather not. I'd rather not go work in the fucking UK because it's disgusting like that. And I'm not saying you people are disgusting. I'm saying the culture has collapsed. And you no longer have safety. You have people being harassed. And like that little Scottish girl, that little fucking Scottish girl who's like, yo, I got a knife and a little pickaxe. When it comes to that, that's when I've had enough. That's fucking disgusting.
I know, man. I know. I moved here 3 years ago. By the way, if you had gotten a $400,000 banking job, the amount of taxes that you pay, you'd probably walk away with about $180,000 a year. It's like fucking insane. I'm taxing people on variable rates. So if you earn more, you get taxed more. But it's insane amounts of it. It's fucking crazy. But yeah, that little girl. I mean, it's gone so viral that the UK can't cover this up anymore. They've been trying to cover it up for years. Their whole narrative is falling apart. And I mean, did you hear about the Somali woman who went to prison for a longer term than literal rapists in this country because she said, for all I care, burn the hotels down or whatever on social media. That case is obscene. Got sentenced to prison for 31 months and rapists are getting out in 24. It's a completely backwards, fucked up system here. And we're just looking to get out now. My wife and I are trying to get, we have an infant daughter. We don't want to be here. We don't feel safe with our daughter growing up here.
I'm just interjecting real quick. Hey, Io and Dr. J, welcome to the state. Yay!
To the chat, Celeste, I would say I don't even know. I don't know if it's incompetence at this point or if it's on purpose, but it's getting pretty close to like, you know, being on purpose at this point. It's just like obscene what's going on here. And I mean, this is the thing. It's the British people are at the end of their rope. They're not taking it any longer, and this is why we have like nationwide protests every week. I mean, if you know, I don't mean to go back on the grooming gang things, but there's an independent report on it saying that there are actually, instead of 50 towns and cities affected, it's actually closer to 85 after they investigated it, and that they're still ongoing. They haven't been tracked down. They haven't been prosecuted. Most of these guys that have done this they're still active in tons of regions. So the police don't want to do anything about it, and this is why the people in the UK are so fucking done. And this is why I'm getting the hell out of this country, because yeah, this is the most inept thing I've ever seen in my life, and yeah, it's crazy.
Ewan, I have a question for you. So you mentioned that the Conservative Party in England, the AOC would fit in nicely, and that's how liberal it really is kind of skewed there.
Yeah.
Do you think that can you correlate that with the idea that America is obviously on a pushback toward hyper-liberalism and, you know, extreme liberal politics when it comes to like fighting back on transgender agenda and like the goofy stuff that politics have taken us to in America. So we're on a trend of fighting back against that. Would you say there's a correlation between where extreme liberal politics can take us in the United States and what London is seeing today?
Yeah, no, I think that the UK, the people that live in the UK are actually overwhelmingly conservative. So that's like the weirdest part. Like the Labour Party, when they got voted in, they got a majority government, but something like 19% of the country voted. So only 19% of the country gave them the majority. Just so few people voted for the Tories because they were done, right? So I actually think that there's going to be a massive shift in the way that the government functions here very soon, because I think that I think democratically there's going to be a major shift in things coming soon.
Kind of like the Trump crackdown on immigration and the huge cultural shift that Trump's trying to put in effect to fight the liberal agenda in the United States. Kind of the same thing on the horizon.
Yeah, we're going to deport.
Winkies.
Yeah, we're going to deport people like.
They related. Like if anything, I mean, we can all agree that Trump is like a disruptor in chief, right? He's disrupting the status quo, and it sounds like that's what England needs at this point.
Oh, dude, yeah, like that times 100. Yeah.
They're just afraid of being called racist. That's the problem. In England, if there's like a specific hate speech law that says, hey, it doesn't matter that you don't think somebody is racist, if the victim thinks it was racist or hate speech, it automatically is. It's the stupidest law. In America, the qualification in the law says if a reasonable person says it's hate speech, then maybe a jury would vote that because that's the condition they would have to follow. In England, it's not all, it's the victim, which is the stupidest thing. I'm like, I know you guys are all sensitive, you had imperialism, you had your fucking empire, you lost it, but you can't have stupid laws like that. Canada also swung that way. Living in Canada, I can tell you that the hate speech laws lean a little bit in the direction of the UK. And because we're so close to the US, that the laws in the US make so much more sense. They just do. It's like, hey, a reasonable person, yeah, that sounds reasonable. But when you remove that condition from the law, and you just start saying, hey, everybody can start saying that everything's racist, then that word loses meaning, and you get evil trampling over innocent people.
Jarl says that Canada, in the chat, he says, we don't have hate speech laws, moron. That's what he said to what you're saying about Canada.
Unfortunately, we do, yeah. Unfortunately, we do, yeah. I'll even put the reference in if you want.
Up to 5 years in prison.
Yeah, it's pretty strict, actually.
Yeah, just to quickly chime in, I was kind of fascinated with the conversation vis-a-vis the grooming gangs and you, and I just wanted to, I presume that you is in the UK, but absolutist position on this, and that the American definition of free speech and hate speech is the definition of hate speech and free speech. And the telling thing about what you just said, Io, in what you just said is imperialism, but if you scratch that, you know, in living memory, there was a genocidal war which was fought in Europe, and one of the reasons why that war was fought was because of the hate speech spewed by the leader of Germany for some 12 years before that. So there is a heightened sense of sensitivity, around it in Europe. And if you exclude that, then you don't understand the reason why so many European countries have laws around hate speech. Could they maybe be modified? Probably, right? But you've got to start from that position to understand it.
I agree. And if you compare the rape statistics in the year 2000 to the year 2023 and look at countries like Poland, the UK, Germany, and France, I don't know what the fuck Poland is doing. I come from Poland. I'm a Polish Jew, so I agree with everything you're saying. Like, I don't tell Polish people that I'm a Jew because it makes the whole fucking conversation awkward. But yes, I agree that there's, like, you know, very, very bad things have happened in Europe, even in recent memory, even in the collective memory of people. But there's something to be said about, hey, when children are being raped at a disproportionate level, then something needs to happen. Either the laws need to change or England needs to leave the treaty that says, hey, they're not